Okay, all right, what a great picture. The time is 10 a.m. and I'm going to call the Tuesday, June 16th, 2026 26 council meeting to order, and normally this would be a committee of the whole meeting, but because there's a lot of business that we want to undertake, we did move it to a regular council meeting. And just before I begin, Councillor Blizzard and Mayor Macon are joining us virtually, so they will come on if they have any questions. And I will begin with the land acknowledgement that the City of Fort Saskatchewan is located on Treaty 6 territory and Métis Nation of Alberta District 11. We recognize we stand upon the land that carries the footsteps of many Indigenous peoples, including the Nihilwak, Dene, Blackfoot, Saulteaux, Nakota Sioux, and Métis, and the city honors the First Peoples of this land and is committed to fostering reconciliation through relationship building, knowledge gathering, and education. And everybody who is joining us in person today already knows the procedures if there is an emergency, and I think y'all know where the washrooms are, so we are good to go. So today, because this is a regular meeting, we'll deal with the business first, and then we'll be dealing with the capital 10-year capital overview. And just so everybody is aware that motions can be put on, debated, and dealt with just as though it's a regular council meeting. Okay? Try and keep your questions to questions and not debating with staff before a motion's put on. But during the capital, I will give some latitude. Okay, so with that, I will ask for a motion to adopt the agenda. Councillor Randhawa.
I move that we adopt the agenda as distributed.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to close the motion. Please cast your vote. No, I'm looking. Oh, there it is. I'm looking for this. No, I'm looking for this. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Delegations, there's none that are pre-registered for any of this that I know of, and there's nobody in our audience, so I think we're good to go without delegations. And nothing on consent agenda, so I will ask for a motion to approve the minutes of June 9th, 2026 regular council meeting. Councillor Wesley.
Okay, so I move to approve the council meeting minutes from the June 9th, 2026 meeting as presented.
Okay.
Sorry, I changed it on you there, Paul.
Okay, thank you. Are there any errors or omissions? Not seeing or hearing any. I will close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. So we're going to go on to new business, which the first one is item 6.1, 2027 to 2030 Council Strategic Plan. Paul Edgington presenting. Welcome.
Good morning, Council. I'm here today to present the 2027-2030 Council Strategic Plan. This strategic plan reflects 2 days of discussions held on April 23rd and 29th. Those discussions were focused on clarifying and aligning Council's strategic direction. The strategic plan outlines Council's goals for the term, as well as providing a framework to guide planning, service delivery, and investment decisions for the municipality. So there's really 3 main benefits to a strategic plan in municipal government. First is acting as the primary tool for council in setting direction for their term. The strategic plan will identify goals and strategies that help clarify what it is council aims to achieve over their term It's a really great tool, useful document for better helping council tell their story over the 4 years that they're in office. It also allows for administration to conduct proactive planning and support alignment of resources through the annual budget process. So this plan is organized around 4 goals, and together they reflect a balanced approach to supporting growth, quality of life, community safety, and organizational effectiveness, while ensuring alignment across services and long-term planning. So for the rest of the presentation, I will take a few minutes to present each goal instead of going through and reading this in its entirety. Just at a high level to highlight the overall direction in the strategic plan. So the first goal is around well-planned community and resilient economy. This goal focuses on guiding growth in a way that supports long-term economic resilience and community sustainability. It emphasizes strategic land use, infrastructure planning, and environmental stewardship to ensure development contributes positively to overall community outcomes. The second goal is around welcoming an active community. This goal reflects Council's focus on supporting community participation and quality of life through recreation, culture, and shared community spaces. It also reinforces the importance of fostering a strong community identity and ensuring services remain accessible and responsive to changing needs. Third goal is around community safety. This goal highlights the importance of a coordinated approach to community safety, including clear direction for long-term policing, investment in a second fire hall to enhance response times, and continued focus on organizational preparedness and resilience in the case of an emergency. And lastly, we have a goal around financial and operational excellence. This goal focuses on ensuring the organization is well positioned to support Council's direction through strong governance, responsible financial management, and effective stewardship of assets and resources over the long term. The plan provides a clear integrated framework to guide decision-making and align administration's work with Council's goals over their term. Administration is recommending approval of the 2027 to 2030 Council Strategic Plan as outlined in the motion to enable its use as the primary tool to guide business planning, decision-making, and development of future budgets. Subject to Council approval, administration will develop a corporate business plan to translate this strategic direction into specific initiatives, timelines, and deliverables, and this will be brought back forward to Council for information in advance of the 2027 budget process in the fall. Once approved, administration will create a designed copy of the strategic plan and make it available to the community via the city website and social media channels. And with that, will conclude my presentation.
Great. Thank you very much for the presentation. I will open it up for any questions first. Give those. Okay, I don't think I'm seeing any questions. I'm just pausing for a second here. Okay, there doesn't appear to be any questions. So if somebody would like to put a motion on, Councillor Harris.
I would move that Council approve the 2027 to 2030 Council Strategic Plan attached as Appendix A to the June 16th, 2026 Request for Decision Report entitled 2027 to 2030 Fort Saskatchewan Council Strategic Plan Approval.
Okay, thank you. I'll accept the motion. Would you like to speak in favor?
I think we had a fruitful discussion as a new council towards these goals. I think it was an iteration of what we had on the table before, which in that case, in the previous strategic plan, made a lot of sense. So the ability to kind of move forward in a similar context, I think, just was a good decision. And it shows that ultimately we have a plan for the future that I think will appropriately guide us through this term of council and into the next, hopefully.
All right, thank you very much. So it's open for discussion and debate. Just a second. Councillor Randawa, you're next.
Yeah, great motion by Councillor Harrison, and I agree with the sentiment there. Also support the strategic plan. I appreciate the work our GM Paul and the rest of our leadership team and overall organization put into this, and to my colleagues for the discussion and debate that went into it as well. It's a good document. It's a broad guiding document for organization. It's not generally all encompassing, and nor would I say it commits us to specific decisions, but it kind of sets the tone for the years ahead. So I think it hits most of the right points, and I'm sure as we face different issues and different discussions and debates in the years ahead, this will help guide at those discussions, but it'll never help or never force our hand nor commit us into following certain votes. So I'll support it for now, and I think it's a good start.
Great, thank you. Mayor Macon?
Good morning, everybody. I just wanted to, the sentiments that others have already said, I really appreciate council and leadership's hard work on this. We had a lot of thoughtful discussion on trying to implement a plan for the next 4 years, and has been said and beyond. I believe this will help guide our success, and I'm really looking forward to working with everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wesley?
Yeah, this is the first one of these things that I've had the honor to participate in, and one of the things that really struck me and is the great collaborative spirit that I think we exhibited over 2 days in coming up with this strategic plan. I think councillors, I was pretty impressed in the way that we all came together, basically, to derive a strategic plan that I think works best for Fort Saskatchewan, and we were able to kind of set aside maybe personal things and look at the overall what's best for the residents of Fort Saskatchewan. So it was a really illuminating, awesome, collaborative event over 2 days. Everybody was very respectful and earnest and did their homework, and it was an impressive process, and I think we came up with an impressive result. So I'll be supporting this.
Okay, thank you, and I'll support it as well. It's quite a change from our last strategic plan. Our last strategic plan was really, I'm going to say, a grocery list, and it was really providing the city manager a list of things to get done in the 4 years, which some of them were fairly aggressive. I support most of this. I think for the basic of this, it gives us enough latitude for council to start making some of their own decisions when it comes to budget items, capital budget items, but probably my one little inkling that I have is that the one that talks about ensuring existing operational facilities that support growth, service delivery, and organizational work. I just don't want to see that one held over our heads, that that you commit it to that, because with all of these we're going to do the best that we can, but we also understand there's a limited amount of money, but there's some things that this council wants to get done and achieve. So overall, I think it provides a balance for council to be able to make those decisions. So I can support that. But I just want to go on record, so when I have a problem, I can go back and say, oh, I said that. Councillor Harris on close?
Nothing.
Oh, sorry. It's been a while. Councillor Noy.
I want to feel left out here, but yeah, I agree with a lot of the sentiments that have been said already, and it was great to see the input from all of council members to create this document, which is essentially guiding us and administration to hopefully work as collaboratively as possible through them. And I think right now is kind of a critical time for a document like this to be scrutinized and well thought through. With the rate of growth that we have, with heavy industrial investment of magnitude of scale that we haven't seen for a long time, and new capital projects also of significance in Fort Saskatchewan. So just thank you for everyone who's involved building this, and look forward to the next 4 years.
Great, thank you. Councillor Harris, you indicated nothing on close? Okay, just a second. Go ahead.
I've had the opportunity to participate in many strategic planning exercises, both as a participant and as a facilitator, and I thought this one was pretty straightforward. I understand your concerns, Councillor Ketcher, but this is pretty straightforward stuff. I think we can draw lots of inferences from the priorities we've set forward. And I think we will have some fruitful discussion going forward. And at budget times, that's ultimately the best time to have those discussions. So I'm glad to see the level of support for this plan, and I think it'll take us well into the future. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. The motion is now closed. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Paul. Next one is council remuneration and expenses procedure, Gov-009C. Andrew Kaiser presenting.
Good afternoon, good morning, members of council. My old speaking notes. This report is before you to present a series of proposed amendments to the council remuneration and expenses procedure. As council will recall, the procedure was updated earlier this year to align per diem amounts with comparator municipalities. At that time, no substantive changes were proposed, but now that council is approximately 8 months into the term, administration has undertaken a more comprehensive review of the procedure to address areas where clarification and additional flexibility may be beneficial. Overall, the proposed amendments are intended to accomplish three things: improve clarity and consistency, remove ambiguities that required case-by-case interpretation, and provide members with greater flexibility in utilizing their approved annual budgets. As a reminder, amendments to this procedure do not affect the overall budget available to members of council. Rather, these amendments provide clearer rules around how existing budgeted amounts may be used. One key change is adding definitions for regular and committee meetings and special council meetings. Regular council and committee of the whole meetings are considered part of a councilor's base remuneration, while special meetings that occur outside of the approved regular schedule are proposed to be eligible for per diems. Administration is also proposing a more straightforward per diem framework. The current 2-hour minimum threshold has been removed, and per diems would instead be based on whether or not the event is up to 4 hours or greater than 4 hours, with a full day per diem being the maximum amount payable for 1 day. The amendments also clarify which activities are eligible for per diems. These include special council meetings, again, those that are scheduled outside of the regular schedule, council workshops and strategic planning sessions, education and orientation activities, board, committee, and commission meetings where no external honorarium is provided, intergovernmental meetings, conferences and seminars, and city or community events attended in an official capacity. The intent is to recognize the broader range of duties performed by members outside of the regularly scheduled meetings. With respect to expenses, administration is proposing that expenses associated with spouses, partners, or guests are no longer eligible for reimbursement, and this approach is consistent with the city's employee expense practices and many of the comparator municipalities. Additional administrative improvements have also been incorporated, including clearer processes on dealing with expenses that may not comply, and enhanced clarity throughout the document with updated numbering and organization. Administration is therefore recommending that council adopt the amended council remuneration and expenses procedure Gov-009C as attached to this report, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll open it up for questions first. Councillor Wesley.
Sure. Andrew, thank you for putting all this together and organizing it. And I must confess, up until I was elected, I didn't even know how much the pay was. So when we look at section 4.2.3 about the base remuneration, and I always struggle with that word, so I'm just going to go base pay. So has it always been the case that the councillor's base pay has only been for regular council meetings and that kind of thing, and committee meetings?
Through the chair to the councillor, previously special council meetings would also be included in base pay, but when considering the true obligations of a councillor under the Municipal Government Act, we gave some thought to changing that so that these additional meetings that occur outside the regular schedule, they are an additional time commitment that may impede counselors from other employment opportunities or what have you. So it wasn't always considered that way. So those have been added, the additionally scheduled meetings.
Okay, so maybe I just have a follow-up one, and this might be a tricky one. When our base pay of 52,000 was examined a year, 2 years ago, did it look at the base pay in the context of these were the things that were pretty much solely part of that base pay?
Through the chair to the counselor, the base pay assessment is conducted by the People Services Department across the comparator municipalities that are identified in the policy, I believe, or the procedure. So I'm not sure. It would have been the policy as it was written at that time. So this does propose a change to how per diems are awarded, but I'm not sure. Well, it wouldn't have been a consideration at that time when the base pay was determined, whether or not special council meetings were included. At that time, they would have been.
Okay, so the base pay for the comparators are the same as the base pay specified here?
There is a bit of variety across the comparators. These remuneration and expense documents, they are pretty inconsistent across the comparators because they are made by council for council. And so they change term over term across municipalities. So the base pay assessment as it was done, it would have been last year, was the policy as it was written across the comparator municipalities as they were written at that time. So again, there may have been changes since then.
Okay.
If that helps at all.
Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, so earlier this term, I made a motion about council remuneration policy. And my entire dialogue had to do with a council position being part-time. I'm wondering, since we have mayors considered full-time, councilors considered part-time, what your interpretation of part-time means. And I'll just give the context for why I'm asking as, because I probably don't just speak for myself when I say that we are fielding, answering emails, weekends, evenings, doing research, and also take into account that I'm reflective of the fact that a counselor in this position can get paid according to this policy for just doing a very bare minimum. So I'm wondering what the thought pattern from Ledge Services was on the part-time consideration of, or to define our position, and if that's something that maybe you can offer some insight into it, changing to more reflect the scope of time that can be spent on this position.
Through the chair to the counselor, that is a bit of a tricky question. The full-time considerations for, or the full-time position for the mayor considers things like intermunicipal obligations and certain standing commission or committee obligations. The expectations within the community that apply to the mayor don't necessarily always apply to the councillor. And so this compensation structure is kind of set out in a way where the councillor's true base commitments as required by the Municipal Government Act, as well as a few activities set out like meeting preparation and what have you, are considered in base pay. But we're trying to open up the eligibility for per diems so that if a councillor is more engaged in the community in certain ways, they can be appropriately compensated under per diems for their activities in the community. That would be more the expectation of the mayor. So again, things like proclamations, being out at community events, of course, all those opportunities are available to the councillors, and now they can more clearly be compensated that way. So although they aren't required to be full-time, we're trying to change the compensation structure so that it's a little bit closer, I would say.
Right, and I agree with that. It's a very simple question. Is there maybe a better way to word it besides part-time? It's like I reflected on the holiday that I took recently. I realized in the last 5 years I've never put an out of office reply on in my email, not once. So and that's the type of responsiveness I think that a counselor that is doing their job properly, gives back to the residents. So, I don't know, is that a term that maybe can be modified in a way that is that's kind of my thought pattern, and it's not really intricately tied to base remuneration, dollar amount or
We'll let
anything
him
like that.
answer the question.
Yeah, well, all right, that would be appreciated. Thanks. Yeah, I forgot you were chairing again.
Through the chair to the councillor. In reviewing comparator municipalities' policies and procedures, they're pretty much all contextualized as full-time and part-time. That's kind of the HR language about the time commitment. Of course, amendments could be proposed to kind of reframe those commitments, but I do think that is a very consistent way of categorizing the time commitments of the positions, being full-time or part-time.
Okay, I'll think about that. Thanks.
Okay. And I will give a bit of a history lesson once we get a motion on the floor. Councillor Blizzard, you're next. Clarifying questions?
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, just a couple of questions, and I guess they were answered or partly answered just previously, but just to make sure. So in section 5.2, if we attend a quick 10-minute proclamation, where we can put in for a half-day per diem.
Through the chair to the councillor, under the proposed eligibility criteria, yes. If the event was as short as 10 minutes, you could technically claim for a per diem. It would be up to the discretion of the councillor, of course, whether they file for those per diems. But yes.
Okay, and have we ever looked, and speaking at the part-time, full-time role, have we looked recently, because I don't remember getting asked, about how many hours a counselor feels we spend, because I guess it's arbitrary, but on the included time for the included minutes that are included in our pay. So, the actual meeting itself, how much do we feel we spend on prepping for that meeting by reading, and maybe anything else associated? Do we have a number for that?
Through the chair to the councillor, we have not kind of polled council for their time commitments, meeting to meeting or out in the community. I mean, we do have an idea based on the expense claims that are submitted or the per diem requests, and those are of course publicly available on the city's website. But I couldn't attribute an average number to a councillor's commitment meeting to meeting.
Okay, but actually what I'm asking is not the per diems. I'm asking for, right now in this policy, it says our base pay includes meetings, committee of the whole meetings, regular council meetings, and prep time for them. So reading your materials. It doesn't really go beyond that, although sometimes answering emails, we do go beyond a bit. So for our base pay, do we know kind of a rough idea of what council feels they put in just towards that section? Per diems, we get paid extra for.
Through the chair of the council, yes, sorry for the misunderstanding. No, we have not done any sort of assessment to collect that information from council as a whole or councillors individually.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris?
I don't have any questions. It's pretty straightforward to me, but when the time comes, I'd be prepared to put the motion on the floor.
Oh, why don't you put the motion on the floor and we can get into debate.
Okay, I would move the council adopt the amended council remuneration expenses procedure Gov 009-C as presented and attached as Appendix A to the June 16, 2026 request for decision.
Would you like to speak to it?
Obviously, I've been involved in municipal government for a long, long time, so I probably put in less time than other members of council that come into it new, because I've had the great opportunity to work in this field since 1982. So there isn't really much I haven't seen or done, but it's all contextually different, and we all come at it in different ways, if you haven't seen a budget before, the first time you're confronted with it, it's an eye-opening exercise. So, but the more that you've been around the block in terms of being an elected official, you can be either very jaded or you can be very engaged. And I look at the time that I've been here and would suggest that I put in the amount of time that I need to be able to come to this table to make the decisions that we have to make. And I know I look around the table and I would feel it's the same for each member of council that is in this group. Everybody's committed, and we have different levels of experience, and we have different levels of interest in certain things. And so I think the amendments to the procedure probably make a lot of sense. It all comes down to our discretion as to what we choose to submit, for example, a per diem on. And in the past, I would show up for different proclamations and things like that. Never gave it a second thought to be able to put in a per diem. But I think we're making a change for the future. And then it comes down to an individual perspective as an individual as to whether you want to claim for it or not. And there's some that I probably would suggest, like on Saturday, I showed up at 4 things. One for a brief period of time. And I wouldn't probably submit for that, but the other ones probably make sense. And I probably would. But again, it's my decision to make. And if somebody wants to take umbrage with that, they can do so if they look at my expense claims on the city's website and say, you shouldn't have done that. And we can have a discussion after the fact. But again, this is a procedure that helps us to ultimately have some flexibility, but some direction going forward. So I support it in that regard.
Okay, thank you. I'm next in the speaking order. Okay, little bit of a history lesson here. So way back in the day, council was considered part-time, and the mayor was even considered part-time. When I came on in 2007, I think that was the year that the mayor, and I was only a councillor, the mayor became considered full-time because of the work that they were doing with the MRB, and there was a startup of mid-sized cities. So there was a lot more work that was going on, and the mayor really was filling the role of the majority of council, because a lot of councillors weren't getting paid very well back then, and they had jobs besides. So when we talk about baseline and what the base salary covers, I think that's been set in motion years and years ago. And when I talk about base, which is also covered under the MGA, when you have people who are away out of country for 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, and even as long as 9 months, and they're only attending the 3 meetings a month, doing their emails, and being prepared for the council meeting. That's base pay, in my opinion. So the people who are left behind to attend these functions, and as a city, we are now over 30,000. I know that for sure. There are more and more events that are going on in our community, and the community actually expects council to attend those. So if council's going out and attending them, you're actually being penalized by your salary because you're attending these things. And I know when I spoke against Councillor Nguyen's request before, I said there had to be a balance. And I think by amending the procedure, it does provide that balance that's necessary. And I know some people will say, oh, well, you attended a quick proclamation. But a quick proclamation means you're getting up, you're driving to wherever that proclamation is, or ribbon cutting, you're networking, and then the ribbon cutting happens, you stand around and visit. So if there's a time frame that's associated with that, sometimes you're going to stand around for a little bit longer. But I think the whole context of that is you're showing up. And when we're talking about the per diem itself, there is value added to our community to have council being at these. People love to visit with them. Now, if we're talking about proclamations, I'm going to suggest that we need to go in and amend the proclamation procedure so that when there's nobody showing up and we show up to City Hall and it's just 4 of us, that maybe they're either not necessary or they could be posted online without doing an official one, or they could be done prior to a council meeting. And I know some of them are time sensitive, and those ones are fine, but they are usually at the will of the city who is putting these proclamations on, where we have a lot of staff involved. I'm just going to go on to say, you know, I think it's odd that the people who make the most money kind of challenge and chastise council for saying, you know, what is our value? And I find that really interesting. But my point being, if there is a base pay, that's to cover the meetings, being prepared, doing your emails. And if you're going to be out there in public, and it's your choice to be out there, and if you choose to do nothing, you're not going to get any honorarium for doing anything. So it still comes down to a lot of choice. Under the MGA, it says that a council can only miss so many meetings consecutively before that, you know, they're challenged for their seat. But because there is the opportunity to have phone-ins back in the day and virtual, now anybody can live anywhere for their base pay and just phone in to do the job. But it means everybody else is doing the job of council as being in the community. So when I talk about balance, I think this actually gives balance to what some people are doing. And I know I may get challenged on this, but I think if you're out there, really being out there in public, showing up, being with people, talking to them, going to all of the things, then I think it's worthwhile. And as Councillor Harris said, I think on the one day we attended 2 Pride flag raisings. We attended the Pioneer House, and you know, so one of them was maybe 20 minutes, half an hour. The other one was an hour, little over an hour and a half. And then the evening one, maybe you showed up for half an hour as well. So what value is your time? So to say no to this with the changes, basically you're saying that, you know what, just don't bother showing up. You know, do your base pay, come do your meeting and be done with it. And then we'll just let the mayor take all the responsibilities for showing up at everything. So that's a little bit of history and a little bit of the reason why I'm going to support this motion, because I think the changes that have been made make it more fair for the people who actually want to show up. And now I'll shut up. Okay, Councillor Blizzard.
I would like to make an amending motion. And there has been a motion already designed, but I would like to change it just slightly to say, maybe I should read it in and then can we adjust it, or?
I'll read it in. And did you?
I already have it. You guys should be able to see it, but I'll read it in. I would like it to say 90 minutes over the course of a day. So I'd like to make a motion that council amend the proposed remuneration and expenses procedure, GOV-009-C, by amending section 5.1.6, subsection A, to read as follows. A, half day $125 for eligible events or meetings with a duration of at least 90 minutes over 2 meetings or more. So if one meeting is only half an hour, but you have a second one that day, then if the total exceeds 90 minutes, you can apply for the half day and not exceeding 4 hours. So I don't know if we can reword that just a slightly with legislative.
Okay, well, I'm going to, I'll let them work on that. So just so that we don't slow things up. Mr. Kaiser?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Blizzard. I just wanted to bring your attention to 5.1.7, which may help clarify. It states that only 1 per diem rate can be claimed per day based on the cumulative time spent at eligible events or meetings. So I feel that 5.1.6A, if it has the minimum time commitment of 90 minutes, that would
It
apply
will apply.
based on
Okay.
multiple events. So I think it achieves your intent with the original motion, but
Okay.
if you feel otherwise, please go ahead.
What is your
No,
wish?
that's good. As long as it goes with, if someone has, I get it. If we have a proclamation and a grand opening or something, and it goes over the 90 minutes, I'm okay with this.
So are you withdrawing your amending motion?
No.
Sorry,
Oh.
to the chair, the original amending motion that I had worked on with Councillor Blizzard will apply. So we're just gonna bring that up on the screen.
And I'll speak to it.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and, okay.
Okay. And then speaking to that, I feel I've been to many, many proclamations over the almost 9 years that I've been on council. I don't think I've ever put in for one. And I would say the vast majority involve, even with travel time, a half hour total. It doesn't matter where you live in the city. The proclamation itself is sometimes 10 minutes, sometimes they are half an hour, but it's still very minimal. And I don't think every counselor that shows up for what's actually a promotional opportunity for themselves should be getting $125 for a half hour's work. If all counselors show up, that's $800 for each event that happens. Most events are quite short, so that's my feeling. And if there are 2 events in a day, which does happen sometimes, then for sure they would be more than the 90 minutes. So then you can put in for the half day, or if they're over 4 hours total, full day. I would say a lot of the extra time is just somebody hanging around. So I don't think the proclamations, I don't think I've ever seen one take an hour.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it's open for discussion and debate. I'm not seeing anybody wanting to debate. Okay, so if nobody wants to debate this, do you want anything on close? And then I'll.
Nope.
Okay, so the motion is on the floor. Please cast your vote. Motion is carried. Okay. All right, so you'll have to do 90 minutes and keep track of your time. All right, so we will go back to the original motion, and Councillor Harris, you put that on. Councillor Wesley on debate.
Awesome. Thank you. Really nice job putting this all together, Andrew. I think it's much clearer to understand than the previous version. So I really appreciate that. I guess my struggle is with the 5.2.1 section G with the city and community events, and I look at that and I can't help but think that that's just an essential part of being a counselor is attending those events. And I totally get what Councillor Harris and Councillor Ketcher are saying about how important it is to attend those, and we want to create an incentive for that. And that is, I totally get why that is the case, and we should want to kind of incentivize participation in those. And I think anything that takes away us showing up to community events. But I struggle with the idea that if all six counselors show up to an event and we're at a ribbon cutting and it does take the requisite amount of time, or we do a few of these in a day, that it's a $750 kind of per diem hit to the cumulative counselor budgets, and I'm just not sure about that. I'm just not feeling like that. So I would like to propose an amendment that council amend procedure Gov 009-C council remuneration and expenses by deleting clause 5.2.1 section G in its entirety. So I think you have that there. Yeah. The base pay, yeah. Everyone's working for free. We've gone all volunteer, and just in. Sorry, Councillor Ketcher. Can I speak to it?
Yeah.
Okay. Just in speaking, it's just that just my basic discomfort with the fact that if we show up to a series of community events, that it's a $750 hit, and maybe my fellow councillors can kind of set me straight on that, and that's good, and I appreciate that, but. I mean, I just from my own personal perspective, I go to all these community events, and I think the type of personality that selects for being a counselor is the type of personality that really wants to do those things. And the type of personality who really doesn't want to do those things probably find themselves having a hard time getting reelected the next time around. And I think we've seen some evidence of that in our past history. So do we need to have money? Do I think that Councillor Ketcher goes to events for the per diem? No, I think Councillor Ketcher goes to the events because Councillor Ketcher really loves going to these events, and I share that passion. So that's it for me.
Okay, so we'll deal with the amending motion, open for discussion and debate. I'm actually going to go first on this one. I find it really interesting that we don't value our time, and people who can be away for up to 9 months and not attend to anything get the same reward as anybody else. And it's really interesting because at FCM this year, I came upon a conversation of a Strathcona councillor and one of our counselors, and they were talking about the honorariums. And I found it very interesting because it was like, well, what do we think our council actually gets paid for? And so this counselor says, well, in Strathcona, we make $110,000. And I said, well, that's interesting. We make $51,000. And I said, so what do you think the difference is? And he looked at me and he said, because we attend so many events in our community. I turned and walked away because I think the majority of our council also attend a majority of events in our community. And I actually had to laugh at that because it's just sort of like saying his time was more valued than our time for attending these things. So, I'm looking for some fairness on this for people who show up versus those people who choose to be absent. And yes, I am very passionate about going to things and being a historian and posting them on Facebook. And I do it out of the goodness of my heart, but I think there is value, and I think as we go forward, as our city grows, there's going to be a greater and greater expectation on council to attend things. And if we just keep saying we're free to attend, that's your choice, I guess. But I just found it interesting. We choose not to use comparables within our region for councillor for what we do. The base salary pays for the meetings, and that's it. So I'm actually not going to support your motion. Councillor Nguyen?
Might have opened up a can of worms with my original motion here. And I appreciate the dialogue because it shows the complexity of this, the application of this policy to 7 different lifestyles and, 7 different commitment levels, however you want to do it. I do agree with Councillor Wesley's point that being out in the community when you're able to, is a privilege, and I would kind of see it as a perk of this job. And I certainly try to make most of the proclamations and the events, ribbon cuttings that I can feasibly. My position may be a little bit unique on this council in that I'm hands-on business owner as well. So I just want to address a couple points that were made. The way that I was, kind of looking at this entire policy is that it applies to the current council, and I don't think anyone on this council is going to be away for 4, 6, 9 months, whatever's happened in the past. So I think the way I'm looking at this is it's a moving forward document, and it can be brought back for amendment should a councillor get elected that spends half the year somewhere else, which has happened in the past, and then it brings up, well, what are what is the base pay really covering? Yes, I'll just try to stay on task with Councillor Wesley's motion here. I'm going to support it actually. When I think about it a little bit further, for the points that he said, and I think we can be out and doing as much as our schedules allow, and based on what we want to commit to as well. And I'm partly going to support it as well because my entire position on this remuneration policy is going to be that this job is more than a part-time position. There's something that you can be doing at any given point throughout any given day, and evenings and weekends as well. So, and that's obviously very apparent with the schedule and the invitations that get sent out to our calendar. So I would rather see the part-time position be amended and base pay be reflected for what you're able to do in this, rather than trying to interpret how everyone is going to, submit per diems and for the different type of events that are on our calendars.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rendawa.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate the motion that Councillor Wesley put forward. I start off with a question maybe for Mr. Kaiser. What would this mean in practicality? Like community events acting in official capacity? Like what does official mean? Like I walk down the street and go to the grocery store and somebody stops me for something because I'm a counselor. I would almost argue I'm always wearing a counselor hat, but I want to understand, what does this limit? Like, does this mean other than the odd conference or seminar, nothing is per diem eligible? I'm just trying to understand it.
Sure, through the chair to Councillor Rendawa. This is where we enter the gray a little bit. Most remuneration policies and procedures have a little bit of a catch-all like this, because it is difficult to distinguish what is just simply existing within the community as an elected official, where yes, you will be pulled aside in grocery stores and people will recognize you in the street, versus attending in an official capacity. And in practice, that would be, as it's stated in the previous policy, but was never actually the case, but if you were invited or directed by the mayor to attend something. But in practice, more so what it looks like is our administration or the mayor's office receives an invite for a ribbon cutting or something, and mayor and council is invited to attend. You're of course invited in your official capacity as the councillor. If you're out at a community event such as Canada Day and you're just there to enjoy
The pancakes.
some pancakes,
Yeah.
then maybe not so much. But if you're flipping pancakes and you're there as a representative, then you might be eligible to receive a per diem. So again, this is where councillor discretion comes into play, and it is a little bit tough case by case, but it's up to the councillor to distinguish what is attending in their official capacity as a representative of the city, essentially, is what you'd boil it down to.
Okay. So we're essentially saying proclamations, ribbon cuttings, chamber events we get invited to, where like we have a city address or something. Let's say our MLA invites us to the legislature for an event. Would that still be in our official capacity? So that's not eligible?
Through the chair to the councillor, that would be eligible. I would also say that would be under subsection E. There's intergovernmental meetings with other municipalities, provincial or federal representatives, or regional bodies where the councillor attends in their official capacity. I think since you're being invited by another level of government to attend that event as a councillor, you would be eligible for that. And to your previous examples, I would say all of those that you mentioned would be eligible. Ribbon cuttings, proclamations, etc. Because you're attending as a council.
Sorry, if this amendment goes through, those would be eligible? I would assume if this amendment goes through, those would be ineligible.
Oh, sorry. As the policy is written right now, or proposed, they would be eligible. If the amendment passes, they would be ineligible, accepting the invitation from the provincial government, because that's separately addressed in subsection E.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Fleming, were you going to say something, or?
I was just noting the confusion between the way the question was asked and answered, but you guys recovered there. So.
Hey, we got there.
I get a little turned around, yeah.
Let me speak to this one. I appreciate the intent from Councillor Wesley. Where I struggle with all these policies is they become so confusing, to be honest. I don't think any councillors are going to attend events for $100 here or there. I can speak from my own lived experience of probably taking one of the largest pay cuts in city council history to run for city council from my previous job, by probably a multiple factor. So $100 here or there isn't going to make a big difference. But here's where it does make a difference. 10 years later, I'm on council. I'm still the youngest person on council. And who do we end up selecting for members of council? We end up selecting individuals that are either business owners or close to retirement or on their path to retirement. And as we look at this community and as it grows in size and it gets frankly younger with more families and a diverse population, we should have structure in place for individuals of all walks of life to run for public office. And when I look at myself, I can't do council as my only income forever, but everything is in the day. We're frankly meeting for the third time this month at 10 a.m. in the morning. We have events and ribbon cuttings throughout the middle of the day. And what that means is we are telling people in our community that unless you have a business or unless you are retired or close to retirement, you should not run for city council, because they will not be able to find employment that allows them to take every Tuesday off, and then other days off for committees, and then other days off to attend events. Being a councillor, you have to be a part of the community and involved in the community. And I don't think any councillor on this council will attend events just for $100. But as other individuals want to run for council and represent their community and be a part of the democratic process, I struggled to find many individuals that won't be business owners and not retired that will be able to run for council in 4 years and live off a part-time salary. I think we need to remunerate and provide value for individuals that want to run for public office, that want to be involved during business hours. And what this says is we're not wanting that. I think council made a lot less back in my first term. I voted against that pay raise at that time. And, you know, looking back at it, I got flack from some of our other councillors and members of the public saying, it's really not for you, it's for making sure the job attracts all walks of life. And I think we're really narrowing the scope here. So not only does this add, I would say, a little bit of confusion to the policy, but I think as we look forward, we need to have a discussion about who do we want to attract to run for this position.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard, you're next.
Before I speak on the motion itself, I have a question. So I'm trying to figure out how the gray area is. So if I go to the Chamber's AGM, if I go to the Community Hospital Foundation fundraising dinner, would that be eligible for a per diem, or is that considered, you know, like golf tournaments, sporting events, not eligible?
Through the chair to the councillor, it's again up to councillor discretion when they file for per diems, but at first blush, I do think those events would be eligible for a per diem.
As long as they're over 90 minutes, I suppose, too.
Yes, given the amendment, yeah.
Yeah, you know, I struggle with this. I understand where some are coming from, but whenever I've taken a job in my life, I've looked at it overall and said, is this a position that would work for the schedule I have? When we moved to Fort Saskatchewan, I had no family support. I certainly wouldn't take a full-time job that involves overnight shifts unless I have a babysitter ready and that works for our family. So, you know, I think council is the same. Well, I think our pay, I feel it's adequate for the amount of hours that we put in on the base pay part. I think there's enough per diems that we're getting extra if you want extra. Some of the extra items that are smaller are proclamations and ribbon cuttings. I've always treated them as I like to go. The fringe benefit of some of these events is you go to a hospital foundation dinner, you've supported that event. The city has already bought my ticket and I get a nice dinner. So that's my fringe benefit instead of the per diem. And with proclamations, you know, I've had more people tell me, oh my gosh, you're always in the paper, which probably helped with the last election. People have seen me around town. You know, I think that is another free. I didn't pay for publicity on there. So I think we're getting into wanting to get paid for turning around. Gee, I turned around and talked to somebody walking down the street. I need to get extra pay for it. I'm not sure that's what this job entails. And when you look at it, when I first ran for council, I looked at, well, when are the meetings? Is this going to work for my schedule if I get elected? It's not a sure thing. But before I even approached that, I looked, is this enough pay that I'm content with it? It all met my criteria. I was very happy and have been happy to serve, but I just find some are looking for more pats on the back and $1 in your pocket every time we go to some small event. And I agree with this motion that I also had issues with it. I wasn't going to bring it forward, but I definitely struggle with seeing some of the items on this list. So I'm going to support this motion. I feel that proclamations, ribbon cuttings, they're optional. If you want to come, come. If you don't want to come, don't come. You don't have to get paid. If you don't show up, you don't get paid. If you show up, you don't get paid, but you do get paid in feeling good, in maybe a picture in the paper or somewhere else.
Okay, Councillor Harris, you're not on close yet.
I subscribe.
Just a second here. Okay.
I subscribe to the KISS principle, and it's called Keep It Simple, Silly. Or keep it silly, Sam or Samantha or whoever you want to be. This is just becoming ridiculous. Because when we look at it, I think, if anything, we're missing a definition of the word event. So I just did a Google search on that. An event is an occurrence or a thing that happens, especially one of importance, consequence, or notable circumstance. The term spans several different contexts ranging from everyday happenings to specific technical definitions. It all comes down to our individual interpretation of really what that all means. I didn't run for this position to make money. The amount that this policy or procedure gives us is just an acknowledgement that we are putting some time in, and it's some specificity around really what that means, to give it some structure, if you will. That's all it is. And so taking this thing out, I disagree with it. I think we're just overcomplicating this thing. So keep it simple. So I can't support it, because ultimately I think what was the number there? 5.6.43 or whatever. Where were we? Where were we? 5.21. Thank you. City or community events where the councillor is acting in their official capacity. If you look at what I just quoted as a definition of event, I think that's pretty straightforward. You're there. It's not talking to people at the grocery store. That's not an event. An event is I showed up at some place because I'm there as a councillor and I bring credence to that event. It's a community event. So keep it simple, guys. I can't support it. We're just overcomplicating this thing. Let's just cut to the chase, vote on the damn thing, get it done with.
Okay, thank you. I've got a question for Mr. Fleming, or maybe even Mr. Kaiser. So what I've heard around the table here today is some members of council say that they feel that this job is more than part-time, and could or should be revisited as our city is growing. But I've also mentioned the fact that we have people who choose, not around this table, but in the last 100 years, we've had people gone for months at a time. Is there anything that council is able to say that if you're running for council, you're prohibited for being away for more than a month at a time, like for a vacation, that you cannot live abroad while doing this job, because that's really the defining factor, I think, why some of these changes have happened over time.
To the chair, the Municipal Government Act sets out that members may participate virtually in meetings and they are deemed to be present for the purposes of their attendance record. There aren't any provisions about a certain ratio of truly on-site versus remote participation. So I don't feel it would be appropriate to step into that realm and go beyond what the MGA states or stand in the face of the MGA. But there are certain provisions in the Local Authorities Elections Act that do talk about presence within the municipality leading up to a local election. So it may factor in at that point, but I don't feel it would be appropriate to have council introduce some sort of parameter of being within the municipality for a set amount of time.
Right, and the Local Authority Act says that you have to be here, it's 5 or 6 months prior to actually filing, so, but people can still be gone from November to April or March, and people don't challenge that anyway. And I agree, we're taking far too much time on this. I find it's really interesting, so, I mean, if we're going to just delete everything that's in all of this, then I'm not sure why we're even amending this. So anyway, I just say think about it, think about the value of your time, and vote accordingly. Oh, Councillor Harris on close? Oh, I'm sorry, that's Councillor Wesley's amending motion. Sorry.
All right. I actually agree with Councillor Harris. I firmly believe in the KISS principle, and I have to admit it kind of it does get confusing. What's a city event? What's a community event? And Councillor Randhawa raised a great point. What's in our official capacity? What's not in our official capacity? Makes the head spin. However, if 5.2.1G were not in there, we would not have all that discussion. Things would be so much easier. So, I agree. KISS principle, awesome thing. I will push back a little bit on Councillor Randhawa. I do not think the democracy is at threat if we don't have a 125-day half-day per diem. I think capable people would run. Councillor Randhawa run. Immensely capable individual, took a huge pay cut. Does $125 kill his day? No. It barely pays for a tank of gas in his limousine. So with all that, I think it's just kind of an idea. I feel uncomfortable. I think the public would feel uncomfortable if they thought that every time they invited us to an event, that all of a sudden the taxpayers are going to get billed for a whole bunch of per diems. And my worry is that we may in the future get invited to less things. And so therefore, I encourage you to support this particular amendment.
Okay, so normally we would do close and vote, but under our procedural bylaw, if somebody does still wish to rebut that, they may do so, so I will allow for that. So Councillor Randhawa, and then we'll go back to a final close. Go ahead, Councillor Randhawa.
So let me take on 2 points there. One, I do not drive a limousine, although my car may be bigger than Councillor Wesley's, so when he closes, I'll expect him to retract that. Second, I never stated that democracy is at risk over $125 per diem, but I did say that democracy is not as strong as it could be when the average age of our council tends to be on the higher side. Who that may be aligned with, I will leave that out there. But 12 years later, I'm still the youngest person on this council. So we do have policies and structures in place around this role that result in us having certain people run for this role. And whether that's something we want or not is up to the council of the day to decide, I guess. Also, I'll leave it there. I'll take that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wesley, anything on final close?
Yeah.
Just a second. Oops, hold it. Hold it. My fingers aren't. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. One thing on final close, I will apologize to my good friend Councillor Randawa if he was offended. Surely was not my intention. Councillor Randawa is an outstanding individual. Does not drive a limousine. Does believe in democracy, and I'll leave that at that. But thank you, Councillor Randawa.
Okay, thank you. So we're dealing with only the amending motion right now that's before us. So please cast your vote. And that is carried. All right, thank you very much. So we'll go back to the main motion. And that's Councillor Harris's. Is there anything on final debate? I just want to throw one thing out there before you close on final debate. When we talk about pictures being in the record, yeah, we don't have very much in the record unless they're submitted by ourselves. So please make sure that when you're at your events now, from here on forward, please submit your own pictures to the record. Thank you. Councillor Harris on close.
Enough said.
Enough said. Motion is closed. Please cast your vote. Okay, and that is carried 6-1. So I think we need a little comfort break. Do we want 5 minutes or 10? I know we're going to be 10. Okay, so let's say 11:20. I'll give you 9. 11:20. Okay, we are live, so if those who are on video can come on, we will get moving. So the next item that we have under new business is 6.3, the 10-year capital plan, and we have Jeremy Eman presenting.
Good morning, Council. My name is Jeremy Eman, Chief Financial Officer, and with me today is Shannon Andruko, Manager, Budget and Financial Planning. We also have several directors here to help introduce their capital projects and to answer questions. So we're here today to present administration's updates to the 10-year capital plan for the period 2027 through 2036 for Council's review and consideration. We'll be covering the city's planned capital spending priorities over the next 10 years, along with related debt considerations and impacts to capital reserves. To facilitate review and discussion by Council, directors will briefly introduce each of their respective capital projects within the categories of major capital projects, new capital projects, and annual capital programs. After each capital project is presented, Council will have the opportunity to ask clarifying questions. Also, should Council wish to amend the capital plan as presented, amending motions may be put forward as well. For this reason, there should be no need for Council to flag items for later discussion. And please note that further updates to the proposed 2027 capital budget and 10-year capital plan may occur as new information becomes available during the budget process. And also, any Council directives received today will be included in the proposed 2027 capital budget and 10-year capital plan presented at the fall budget meetings. Development of the 10-year capital plan is guided by the Operating and Capital Budgets Policy, FIN 24-C. The capital plan was last reviewed by Council during the 2026 budget meetings. Council adopted the plan on December 9th, 2025 as part of the formal budget approvals. Council's review of updates to the 10-year capital plan in June follows the budget policy and reflects administration's work to date. The capital plan serves as a strategic framework that guides the city's capital investments over a 10-year planning timeline and aligns with the city's long-term goals and priorities. Project sequencing is a key element of the plan to ensure that capital projects are delivered in a logical and timely manner. The plan also identifies potential capital funding sources. This ensures thoughtful planning of funding allocations and that they remain appropriate over time. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Andruko.
So we'll walk you through the debt considerations for the capital plan. This slide shows an overview where the borrowing is currently planned to support the capital projects between 2026 and through to 2033 as outlined in Appendix 4. In total, 9 projects are proposed for borrowing with a combined value of approximately $186 million. These projects include key investments such as the aquatics facility, a new fire station, an alternative water line, Veterans Way corridor widening along with the north and south pedestrian crossings, and a new arena. The purpose of this slide is to illustrate how borrowing is being used within the capital plan and how borrowing is spread over time. Building on that overview, this slide outlines how the projected debt levels compare to the city's debt limit. Under the Municipal Government Act, municipalities can carry a debt up to 1.5 times the annual revenue, and the city applies a more conservative internal debt limit below that threshold. This graph shows projected debt levels over time comparing 2 scenarios with and without off-site levy revenues. The blue bars represent debt without off-site levies, and the green bars reflect impacts when levy revenue is included. Off-site levy revenues are based on assumptions related to population growth, land development activities, future collection, and are intended to help fund future-related infrastructure projects. Under both scenarios, debt projected levels remain below the city's internal debt limit throughout the forecasted period. Debt reaches its highest point in 2031 before declining as debt is repaid. Overall, this demonstrates that the borrowing remains within the plan limits and that off-site levies can help reduce long-term debt pressures. This slide builds on the previous information by showing how the borrowing translates into operating and tax impacts over time. This graph shows projected borrowing costs from 2027 through to 2036 and resulting in property tax impacts for municipal projects. The bars show the annual borrowing costs separated between municipal and utility projects, while the percentage illustrates the property tax revenue increase required to support municipal debt. Off-site levy revenues are not included in this analysis as it depends on future development activity. As a result, this represents a higher cost ratio scenario. Overall, this shows how borrowing decisions translate in financial impacts over time, with further details provided in Appendix 4. Now I'll walk through the city's capital reserve forecast. This slide shows the capital reserve balances are projected to change over the next 10 years based on the planned capital investments and funding strategies. The forecast includes key reserves such as capital projects reserve, future facilities operating reserve, and life cycle reserves that support infrastructure replacements, including utilities. Reserve balances are expected to fluctuate over time as funds are drawn down for planned projects and replenished through ongoing contributions. Over the coming months, life cycle and utility reserves will continue to be refined as asset inventories, cost estimates, and contribution levels are updated. Further refinements will ensure funding sources remain appropriate across all capital projects, particularly major capital projects and future facilities. As debt is repaid, those contributions may be redirected into the reserves to support future capital property priorities and help maintain stable tax and utility rates. Further details about the capital reserve forecast can be found on Appendix 5. So before moving on to major capital projects, I'll briefly outline how these projects are evaluated and brought forward. This slide summarizes the structured process used to assess and plan major capital projects, as guided by the Operating and Capital Budget Policy, FIN 024-C. The process includes an evaluation phase, followed by a planning phase that defines scope, funding, and impacts. Projects are typically brought forward in stages, starting with design approval, and then moving to full budget approval as more detailed information becomes available. This approach helps ensure that projects are well planned, financially sustainable, and align with the city's priorities before presented to council. Additional details of this process can be found on Appendix 2. I'll pause here to take any questions council may have thus far.
Okay. Are there any questions so far? Okay, Councillor Randawa.
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much for the presentation, putting all these documents together. As I understand, this is kind of a new thing council's doing, so I'm sure it was a big workload and a big push to get it there. I had questions maybe more around those bar graphs for the debt limits, where that one. So am I correct to understand that the base number we're looking at, whether it's the total debt limit or so forth, that changes year over year, right? Like, that's not stagnant. Our debt limit, I would say, we're doing it out of a percentage term, but if we were doing it as a raw number, that would be different year over year as our revenues change.
That's correct. So if our revenues come in higher, we budget more revenues to come in. That's one of the variables that'll affect this.
And so how did we project that out? Are we still using that same percentage we did at budget time? I believe it was like 3% growth.
We used about 6% growth moving out into the future years.
Okay, so it's year over year, 6% compounding.
That's correct.
Okay. Do we have any bar graph or whatnot that kind of shows that as well? Like our overall anywhere?
Not
as
in
part
this
of
presentation.
Okay, because I tried to find that and I couldn't
That's
find
something we can consider for the budget document if council wishes.
And yes, maybe that's one thing I would request, just to help me understand how these things are being paid off over time.
Can we just pause for a second? Did WebEx go down? Do we need to pause? Otherwise, those online can't.
It was a
Yeah,
good
well-
question too. They're gonna miss it. Yeah.
Just hold your question.
Yes, to the chair. It looks like WebEx has crashed. The links will persist in that, so we'll just need a moment to get that back online. So just give us a moment here.
Okay, so we'll just pause. I'll keep everybody in order. When I'm sharing, I keep your WebEx on so I can see what people are doing. Counselor Blizzard, are you able to come back on? I'm just
Yes.
okay. Okay, I just wanted to make sure everybody was back on. So, okay, so we will continue with Counselor Rendawa. Hopefully you've got your question.
Yes, maybe I'll just replay that question for our friends on WebEx.
Oh.
So
Just a second. Went down again.
Third time's a charm.
Okay.
I'm gonna throw a different question at you.
Oh.
It's totally different. Nobody's gonna expect it.
We could make some real.
To the chair, the computer itself is experiencing some pretty severe technical difficulties, so we might have to either we may as well break for lunch while we get it sorted out.
Okay, so for anybody who can hear or not hear, we're having some major technical problems, so we are going to take a break for lunch. Are we taking? Yeah, somebody can send Counselor Blizzard and Macon. Do we want an hour for lunch? 45 minutes? What do you want? What's your
45 minutes.
45 minutes for lunch? Okay. So that would put us back at 12:15. So if somebody can let Counselor Blizzard and Mayor Macon know, we will go into recess.
There's
Thank
no
you.
lunch for them.
Testing.
Okay, it's 12:15, and I said we would resume the meeting at 12:15, so we do have quorum here. And yes, I like to make sure that we stay on time as much as possible. So we apologize, we had some technical difficulties. I assume the individuals on, oh, okay, now we're gonna have a back. Okay, so we did have a technical problem, so we just decided to take our lunch earlier. So now we will move on with the 10-year capital review. And as I had said earlier, that if there's things, once we get into it, you want to put motions on, it is fair game. Yeah. All right. Council, are you going to wait? Oh, right, yeah, you were first up with your question. Okay, I do have my list.
I may have caused the technical difficulties, so I'll try this again. Once again, thank you guys for putting this all together. I know it was a big push for you and your teams to do this. We don't normally, as a council, sit down and look at the capital budgets at this time of year, so this is great. My question was around these debt limit projections, and that what was the growth rate that we're growing year by year? Because the percentage is static of 100%, but I'm assuming our growth limit, our debt limit fluctuates.
We're using 6% compounded year over year.
Okay. And what is that based on? Is that based on our historical growth rate, or is that based on some of our growth projections from previous years?
Yeah, it's based on what we've been seeing in growth over the previous years. So that's what we're using right now. We'll take a look at it again as we move forward.
Mr. Fleming?
Yeah, sorry, just consideration for the 6% is that municipal revenues are typically impacted by two significant things. One is inflation and one is population growth. So if you look at the historical rate of growth of 6%, you could probably assume, say, 3 or 4% for population growth, and then it'd be kind of like 2 or 3% for inflation. That's what 6% would make up, primarily those two factors.
Okay, and when we talk about municipal revenue as being that growth rate number, is that based on our mill rate as well, or is that more assessment? Is that a really dumb question?
Through Deputy Mayor Ketcher to Councillor Randall, are you specifically referring to the municipal revenues growth?
Yes,
or-
so that, like, our debt limit is 1.5 times that, right, year over year. But what is that? Like, is that based on our mill rate? Is our municipal revenues based on?
It's based on our other revenues, primarily property tax revenue and fees and charges, fines, those types of revenues.
Okay, so fees and charges are as part of that as well.
Yep.
So mill rate is a part of that. So if council keeps raising taxes above inflation, that will change this.
That's correct.
Got you. And I know you had said yes to this before, but is it possible for council to get a version of this that includes the raw number of what that total debt is going to be, as well as what that total debt limit is going to be year over year? Because we get percentages now, but the raw number would be important, I think, for our understanding to see kind of how much we're taking on every year. Also, how much are we paying off every year as well? It helps visualize
That is something that we can include in the budget document,
Yeah.
and we can provide that information for reference.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will yield questions for now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen, you were second before we went on break, so you go ahead.
Okay, great, thanks. I just want to have a quick conversation about our debt ceiling and how it's established and benchmarks that is used to adjudicate what's appropriate for our municipality to have as that 100%, physical number that's on top of there. And the reason I ask my question is because just in the last term of council, I think I've seen our revenue increase by over 10%. If you're looking at, the first 2021 budget to the 2025 budget. So I guess, can you paint a picture of how we establish what our debt ceiling looks like, to get all these optimal balances or to get that 70% threshold, and then and also like maybe a little bit about municipal affairs as well, because I believe they're the ones that we have to apply to them to actually get a debt ceiling changed. So when did it happen where we chose what our debt ceiling is for our municipality of this size with this revenue, and how do you feel like the health of that is?
Through Deputy Mayor Ketcher to Councillor Noyan. So the 100%, what it represents is the provincially regulated debt limit. So that is set by the 1.5 times the municipal revenues. So as the municipal revenues increase over time, that debt limit will increase. So that is the maximum that the city could borrow at any given point in time. What the 75% is set by the debt management policy. That's the council policy that says when administration puts forward a budget or in the day-to-day operations of the city, the policy says we should not exceed 75% of that provincially regulated limit. So with these forecasts then, as they take the projects that are debt funded, the capital projects in the capital plan, that are debt funded, and extrapolates or forecasts that over the years. So in an environment where revenues are increasing by 6%, it recalculates what that annual debt limit is and then projects what the actual debt of the city will be in comparison to that limit. So when you see, say for example, in 2027, the debt limit is projected to be 54%. So what that says is based on the debt funding in 2027, the city will be at 54% of the provincially regulated limit, or well below the 75% internal limit. And that's how it's projected throughout the years. I hope that makes sense.
It does perfectly. You help clarify something, because I thought that 100% was associated with a fixed number, say $120 million. So that's an evolving ceiling.
Correct.
And so that creates a bit of a confusion to me then when we're looking at a year like 2036 at the end of this 10-year capital plan, and there are very likely going to be much higher revenue, exponential, I would say, during a couple years, spike in revenues for the city. So looking at what those bars actually represent could be quite skewed from what you have in place right now. Although that's our best, from best projection at the moment. Is that fair to say?
Through Deputy Mayor Councillor Ketcher to Councillor Noyan, I think that's a fair comment, and I think to Councillor Randell is when we show the dollars, when we show the actual dollars of that revenue and the actual debt, I think that'll paint maybe a bit clearer picture than just saying a percentage.
Yeah.
But to your question or to your comment to 2036, you're right. The revenues for the city will be projected basically in this graph at their highest, let's say, assuming tax dollars continue to grow. And as we bring down the debt as well, it's a compounding effect. We're going down to 47%, both because we're paying off debt and our revenues are higher because it's a smaller percentage. It's kind of a combination of that. But I think with the dollars shown on that will paint a little bit clearer picture.
I appreciate that response. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wesley.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm just wrapping my head around the debt limits. When we look at the Veterans Way corridor widening project, does that factor into whether we're getting close to our debt limits or not?
Through to Councillor Wesley. If I understand your question, Veterans Way is included in here in the debt calculation for the projections starting in 2029.
But when we look at this particular project, it doesn't really factor into the debt limit too much in that regard.
I think your question is because what you're seeing on the 10-year capital plan, a much higher number for Veterans Way than what we're forecasting for debt. So Veterans Way projects, right now we are forecasting 40% city, which would be debt, and 60% grant funds. So the 40% is what you're seeing in the debt calculation.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you for that. Other things I'm maybe just a little bit curious about, just from a general perspective, in your financial opinion, which projects do you think have the highest levels of cost uncertainty?
That may be for Mr. Fleming.
Which projects specifically?
I'm just curious as to just looking at the capital plan from a holistic point of view, which ones would you consider to have maybe the most volatility as far as what they actually end up costing? Maybe the most cost risk attached to it.
Through the chair, our experience has been often it's the vertical construction, the buildings that tend to change the most over time. The numbers that we put into the report typically are relevant at a given point in time. I think the challenge that we have is keeping those numbers relevant as a year passes and another year and another year. So the example that we've been talking about internally is the number we have on there for say another arena. That is likely a very low number because it hasn't been updated in quite a few years. So every project on the list would be subject to inflation. It's the vertical construction that we tend to see the most variability.
So recreation facilities more than roads is kind of where we're kind of hitting here.
Well, they're all subject to construction inflation.
Yeah.
In my experience, as these things work their way through, I tend to see the most variability with buildings. Not saying rec facility, but buildings.
Buildings. Okay. Just looking at the 6% annual growth that we were just discussing, do we do much sensitivity analysis as to what happens if it's 5%? What happens if, in the glorious case, it's 7 or higher percent? And what projects may be feasible at 6%, stop becoming feasible at, let's say, 4%? I'm going to be the guy that asks you all those questions where you got to look at yourself and say, oh my gosh, where's this guy coming from?
Through the chair to Councillor Wesley, I think for the purposes of today's presentation, I would fair to say we did not do the sensitivity analysis that you're speaking of. We went with the 6%, which is based on historic actuals in terms of growth. We do have a budget recommendation, I believe, coming forward in the fall, looking at our industrial tax revenues, to take a closer look at that and trying to be able to forecast those going forward, which will help inform this process.
Okay. And in general, as we go into the budget process into the fall, is this something that's feasible for you to put together or consider, just so we know, kind of understand what kind of ranges and wiggle that we're dealing with? Because 6% is a very deterministic number that you're never going to hit it exactly right on.
That's something that we, through the chair to Councillor Wesley, that's something we'll take away and look at adding that to the budget in the fall as a possibility.
Awesome. I love quantitative analysis, so this will be very exciting for me, Jeremy. Thank you.
Okay, that looks like that's all the questions on debt for now. Oh, actually, I did have one. So when you look at your graph and you were talking about future revenues as well, which changes that. So do you take into consideration the projects that will be starting to pay into their 20% of their incentive grants and then 100% at a certain time?
To the chair, at the present time, we don't have that factored in, but as I mentioned earlier, is that with this industrial tax revenue growth project that we're looking at having some expertise in that regard, we'll be able to firm up those numbers and include that in the budget going forward.
Okay.
With some certainty.
Okay, thank you. All right, you can continue on.
Okay, I will now turn it over to the directors to walk council through the major capital projects included in the plan as outlined in Appendix 2. These projects represent the city's most significant capital investment over the next 10 years. I'll invite Sadie Miller to kick it off with the Alternative Water Line project.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Sadie Miller, and I'm the Director of the Utilities and Sustainability Department. Utilities is introducing one major capital project in 2027, and that is project number 23011, the Alternate Water Line, budgeted at a total of $25.4 million. This project advances Council's 2023 to 2026 Strategic Plan Initiative to determine the preferred option for meeting the city's future water demand. Administration has been advancing work on this initiative and developing the supporting analysis required to inform Council's decision. As part of the 2027 budget deliberations, Council will be asked to consider design funding for a potential direct water line, with construction anticipated in 2028 should that option be selected. At this stage, a number of project details are still being refined, and a more comprehensive update is scheduled to be presented to Council in September. At this point, I'll welcome any questions, and we do have our project consultant, Jeff Hutton, in the audience as well.
So I'm not seeing anybody else with any questions. I'm just asking the question, we don't have a firm time frame when this could happen. We haven't made any final decisions yet. This is basically a hold.
To the chair, that is correct, yes.
Okay, I'll probably come back. Councillor Wesley?
Yeah, thank you. Just again, for clarity in my brain, the water line, regardless of what happens with us vis-a-vis the commission, the water line is something that we are going to need to undertake as a city or as a commission just to feed Fort Saskatchewan growth. Am I right?
Through the chair to Councillor Wesley, yes, that is correct. We will need a river crossing. This water line replaces our full water supply. The alternative is staying with the commission, and they would build a water line that supplements our current supply.
But in either situation, the residents of Fort Saskatchewan are still paying for a water line. Am I correct in that assumption?
That is correct. Either directly through a capital project with the city or through water rates through the commission, yes.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Sadie.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen. Whoops. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we're going to see this in budget of this year. Correct. That's the plan as of right now. I know exactly why you're here. It's a very important potential capital project, but is that something that council will see and like actually to debate the project this year? Should the feasibility of it be deemed viable by that time?
Through the chair to Councillor Nguyen, I'll comment on my knowledge, and our deputy city manager may chime in. The schedule as of right now is for a more thorough presentation to council in mid-September, followed by a budget recommendation for design funding in October.
Okay, perfect. That's all yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Rendawa.
Thanks for that information. In relation to this capital amount of 25 million, do we have any rough estimate of what the operational part of that would be associated with it at this time?
Through the chair to Councillor Rendawa, we're estimating right now about, if my memory serves me correctly, about $150,000. And the bulk of that cost is for one additional operator, just to manage the increased responsibilities of a transmission line.
Okay. And my second, I'm going to make maybe a comment, and I'll see how much leeway the chair gives.
I'm giving some latitude on this because there isn't any motions. I'm just going to ask everyone to be concise.
Thank you. When this does come in September, could we ensure council has more than like 4 or 5 days to review the report? I'm assuming it's going to be quite lengthy and all that, and I think it would be nice for us to at least have a solid week or so to read it through and understand.
Through the chair, yes, I believe we could accommodate that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I do have one more question. So when we look at this and we look at the debt capacity that we just looked at, because we're quite high in our debt with the swimming pool or the aquatics facility and then the fire hall coming on with the training tower, has that all been factored in, that it's still going to keep us under our 75%?
Through to the Councillor Ketcher, this has all been factored in. The cost of the water line has been factored into our debt ratio here.
So just hypothetically though, if something were to change in that 25 million becomes available, we could actually do other projects. And if someone else was paying for this, just hypothetically, no answer required.
Oh,
That's okay. We know the answer. All right. Okay, go ahead. I guess you're good.
I guess I can introduce our next director, which I believe is Brad Babiak from Culture and Recreation.
So are we looking at these based on these, or this is a different, we're jumping around?
There's Appendix 2. So if you follow Appendix 2 of the report, that's the major capital projects that we're following.
Okay, we're jumping around on the sheets that we got, so it's, okay. That's what I thought we would do, but this is on the back page of this one. You have to turn it over.
Good afternoon, Council. As Sadie mentioned, I'm Brad Babiak, the Director of Culture and Recreation. I'll be speaking to two projects. The first is project number 25020, the Bike Skills Park, Stage 2. This is the next stage of the comprehensively designed, purpose-built 2.47 acre amenity in West River's Edge, north of the Dow Fields, and this is designed for riders of all ages and skill levels. Stage 2 will be approximately 3 times the size of Stage 1 and will introduce new features, including a multi-route flow tracks, which will have both a technical route and an enhanced wood skills feature route, as well as an advanced dirt jump section and an additional gathering space and seating, as well as an additional entrance to the park space. Construction of Stage 2 is anticipated in 2022, and the Class 3 estimate for this is $260,000. The other...
Could you just repeat your last?
Sure. The construction of Stage 2 is anticipated for 2028, and this is a Class 3 estimate for $630,000.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilor Randawa.
Thanks for that information, Brett. So this is Stage 2. When do we anticipate Stage 1 to be complete?
Through the Deputy Mayor. Stage 1, we're looking to be securing the vendor this week, and the construction should be completed this summer, or this fall.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then if this was approved as part of next year's budget, am I correct? So then this would be built when?
Through Deputy Mayor. So yeah, this process would start in 2028. We deliberately had a year, an additional year included between the two projects to actually allow dirt that's currently at the swimming pool to actually be moved over to the Bike Skills Park and actually be part of the material for over there. And it'll also allow additional time for the dirt to settle naturally rather than having to pay basically for equipment operators to pack it down and get it set up as we need. Okay. Hence the gap between 2026 to 2028.
Okay, and is there an increased operational amount if we were to do Stage 2? Like, I'm assuming Stage 2 isn't dependent on us having approved Stage 1 already. Is that a fair statement?
Through Deputy Mayor, it is all one comprehensive plan and design. So I would say this makes sense to go forward after Stage 1, but it could be done concurrently if that's the intent of your question, or sorry, more closely aligned in terms of timing than right now.
Yeah, like my question, if I take a step back, is let's say council doesn't approve this for a couple of years because it's grant funding and we want to use that grant funding for something else, some other capital project. It's not like, my understanding is these jumps are cut in half and like some kid's gonna jump off into a field with no dirt, right? Like it can continue to exist as a Stage 1 for some period of time. Like the Stage 2 is an expansion in a sense.
Through the Deputy Mayor, yes, you are correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Noyan.
Yeah, some questions along the same lines. Maybe for our newer counselors, you could just elaborate on the decision and the design, the complete design that is now stage one, because originally this project was supposed to be, there weren't stages to it, if I'm correct, right? And it was around the $600,000 projection. And I think that could have been a class 2 estimate or something when we first looked at the Mountain Bike Skills Park, or maybe it was 800,000, something around then. So we're actually adding the 600,000 to an already X amount. Tell us, can you just give us some backstory on this and what's been decided? Maybe a synopsis of the report that you gave us.
Yeah, through the deputy mayor. I think your numbers are fairly close, except I believe it was a class 5 estimate originally at that $600,000 mark. We've now gone through the whole comprehensive design to move it to a class 3, which has further kind of refined out the costs for these pieces. Just at a high level, stage 1, again, is quite a bit smaller, but it was very much focused on some pump tracks, again, different ability levels, wood features like teeter-totters, bike jumps, as well as an area to allow that space to be kind of utilized as a standalone facility for now, while the second stage comes along later. I don't have it right in front of me, but yeah, the initial project was approved in 2026 for stage 1. We have the funding for that, and we feel that we'll be able to execute that this year. And then part of the costing for the 2028 was to consider additional inflation costs of waiting the project out, and that was considered in terms of whether it was worth to doing that extra delay versus the actual costs, like we talked about, of packing the ground and all those things. And it still made sense to recommend that pause in terms to delay until 2028 for that project.
Right, and just in my perception, like the stage 1 gives us a fully functional bike skills park, though, for the amenity, without maybe some servicing, some spectator and enhancements. Like we're building it in stage 1 here, and then improving it and enhancing it in stage 2. Is kind of how you look at it, or no?
Through the deputy mayor, yeah, I believe like this, what we will have at the end of stage 1 will be absolutely a bike skills, like services of the bike skill park. I think the point you're getting to, it's really what are the amenities we want and the scope of the bike skills park we want. And that's where stage 2 comes in, is it's the ability to expand that bike skills park considerably by adding some different features like the dirt flow tracks. There's actually also, I forgot to mention this, some dedicated significant dirt jumps and some other pieces. It also adds another entrance and connects the ability to move around the bike skills park without going through the different amenities from one entrance to another, just for general navigability, because you'll have different age groups and different things like that on it. So it allows that kind of separation as well. But it's ultimately what is the amenities we want to see in the completed park that dictates whether it's sufficient now or not.
Right. Yeah. Thank you for that answer. It paints a better picture of this because we haven't seen it for a bit. Can I just ask one yes or no question?
Okay.
Would you consider the stage 2 of this project to maybe be sport tourism attractant with the scale of it in comparison to all the rest of them around Alberta? Because I think we're going to be getting something pretty nice here, and it could just be a yes or no question. Like
through the deputy mayor, yeah, there is potential for sure to have people interested in coming out, and there is. I'll just speak that there is definitely a group of people who are very interested in these types of amenities and potentially will travel for them.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Harris.
So on Saturday, I had occasion to have my first bicycle ride of the year. Big accomplishment. I was quite impressed. Anyways, I rode by there and I saw this big pile of dirt. Is that what we're talking about here? A big pile of dirt that came from the pool site?
Through the deputy mayor, yeah, that is correct. They have started to transplant some of the dirt from the pool to the future site of this track.
Okay, so there's a big pile of dirt there. That's phase 1. I just went south past the ballpark, so I didn't see the part to the north. So we're committed to this. So we can't kill it. I can't kill it, in other words.
Through the deputy mayor, I'll just clarify. I think that dirt is primarily going to be for actually the stage 2. And this is part of that costing exercise where we'll have that dirt sit there for 2 years and settle. So there will be dirt there. So from the perspective of the project going ahead, we will alter that landscape. But whether council chooses to move forward with the rest of that project, I think is still within their
Okay,
discretion.
so that's still subject to determination. Fair enough. I am not committed to this bike skills park personally. I think it's a waste, personally. Regardless of whether there's some tourism potential or not, I just don't see it. And I've been riding bikes for a long time, and I get it. So if this thing is built, is that going to be fenced off? There was a construction fence around that pile of dirt right now. Is the intent to ultimately shield that from the trail that will be to the right of where this big pile of dirt is right now, and what you're suggesting will be the future bike skills park? Are we going to separate those two? Because we're not going to have people roaming around on this bike skills park trail, jumping and all over the place, and potentially complicating the lives of people on the trail.
Through the deputy mayor, if I'm understanding correction, like if you're talking about the long-term outcome of the bike skills park, will there be a fence to separate the current trail system from the bike skills park? I'm not sure that was part of actually I can say we did not plan for a fence to separate them, but there is natural distance between where the existing trails would be and then the trails for the bike skills. So
I'll ride it again and get a thing, because I just, like, it leaves me cold. I think I expressed not support for it to begin with. I saw it as a waste of money. So what's the total cost? We got 600,000 here. What's the total cost?
yeah, I believe it'd be approximately around 800,000, but I can double check that number.
And that is all grant funded?
No, at this time there is no grant funding for this. We are looking for grant funding for stage 2.
So what we're talking is this is tax supported.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just jump in for a sec. We actually have this projected to use LGFF, the local government physical framework, to fund this project.
Say that again.
We have the LGFF funding projected to fund this project.
Okay, so it's not tax supported is what you're telling me, but it could be.
It could be.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wesley?
My question is kind of maybe a follow-up to Councillor Harris's question about the grant. Just so I always get, when we did the budget last time, I got a little confused on the LGFF grant funding. Would that grant funding be dedicated to this particular project, or is that a kind of a pool of grant funding that could be allocated to any project?
Through to Councillor Wesley, it's a pool of money that could be allocated to eligible projects. There's eligibility criteria within the grant criteria.
Okay.
But this does qualify.
Okay, so if we didn't allocate it to this project, we would have the freedom to allocate it to another eligible project.
That's correct.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for clarification.
You're good?
I am.
Okay, thank you. I'm next. So I guess I want to ask the question. So we haven't got stage 1 done yet. We don't know what the use is at this point in time, and yet we're already budgeting for stage 2. And I guess the question that I have is, we have sports fields, we've had requests for lighting, so that, our ball teams can have games that go into the evening and stuff, and yet we see this as, whose priority is this?
To the deputy mayor, this has been council's priority or council's decision, and it was brought on from a member of council. So,
okay, but that was for stage 1, correct?
that was for the entire bike skills project. It was through administration as we worked through the process. We thought it was more cost effective to do stage 1 and stage 2. The intent was always this, as I mentioned, a comprehensive bike skills plan that was developed. So this was just more of a staging for cost efficiency process than initially expanding it from what was, there was no change in scope from what was originally proposed. It was more of a change in how we executed.
Okay, so to Mr. Eamon, I guess I have a question. So if there's some doubt, because there is some new members of council. If there may be some doubt about this, should there be a motion to flag it, to have this conversation somewhere along the way? I mean, we could put a motion on to delay it.
Yeah, to the chair, I would say, again, as this has been mentioned, council is free to put amending motions to change items within the 10-year capital plan. Flagging it for the next discussion would be just deferring basically that discussion to the fall when it's presented as part of the 2027 capital budget or 10-year capital plan. It's really up to council to decide what steps they want to take today.
Okay, I'll wait and listen to see what where the rest of the council wants to go with this one. We're still on round one, so I'll go to Councillor Blizzard.
So I just want to clarify, because we're getting a list of this. It's the 10-year projected budget. So this item, we will not see it this fall, correct? This is one that's going to come before us in 2027 for the 2028 budget, right?
Through the Deputy Mayor, that's correct.
So I don't see any harm in leaving it. I'm not against a bike skills park, but I am going to look and see what the usage of the current one is when it's built. And then when we go to deliberate the budget next in 2027 for 2028, I think that's when we should have a conversation of, do we want to go on? I mean, this is, to me, this 10-year capital plan has a lot of placeholders. I'm okay with all of them at this point, because unless they're coming up this fall, because we can, when they come up for the following year, we can decide then if that's something that, gee, it's seen a lot of use. Yes, we'll go on, or no, we're just not seeing the value in it. So just my 2 cents on this.
Mr. Edgington.
Thank you, Chair. Just through the chair to all of council. There was a question about what was the total cost of the Bike Skills Park project. So it originally came to council last year during the 2026 budget as just over $1 million, and then administration, upon receiving information from the designer around having the soil settle in place, and finding those cost savings there, we decided to split those projects into 2 phases. So the first phase, which was approved, was $434,000, and the second phase that will come for decision this fall to council is $632,400. What has been approved at this point is stage 1 for $434,000, and that's what is currently going into design and construction this fall.
Okay, that's an answer to Councillor Nguyen's question. Still on round one, I'll go to Mayor Macon. You may be.
There we go. Sorry, it wasn't letting me turn on my mic. Yeah, I'll agree with Councillor Blizzard there. There's no problem with it being in the capital plan for us to review as it's coming up, and it sounds like it's supposed to come up in the fall. I'll just remind that we had significant positive public engagement on this project, and I do believe, as I think Mr. Babiak said, the city is still looking for a sponsorship opportunity for this project, which I would certainly encourage. I think having a big company's name on this project would be really beneficial for a company out there looking for something. So hopefully a sponsorship will come in, but if not, I think the grant funding from the province is a good fit, and I think it's going to get a lot of use. I certainly am hearing from the community that they can't wait for it to be open. So looking forward to it opening, looking forward to stage 2 coming back in the fall. But yeah, for now, I think it's important that we keep it on there.
Okay, thank you. Round 2, Councillor Ndawa.
Yeah, it's kind of related to this Bike Skills Park, but let me take a step back. When I look at the 10-year capital plan, I feel if I was to 80-20 this thing, it's a handful of decisions that are really up for council debate. I don't think we're going to be discussing some sanitary pump on whatever reservoir, but it's more of the nice to haves, the recreation items and so forth. So it's either the recreation items, the water line, or the highway project is really the big levers we can move. And what I struggle with is we're doing this rec master plan that's going to take a look at recreation overall and holistically. It's going to involve resident feedback. How do we tie that into rec decisions such as this Bike Skills Park Phase 2? Like, I get Phase 1 is done and that is what it is, but are we picking things before, like, we know the outcome of the rec master plan? That's what I struggle with. So can I get clarity on, like, when we'll have a final outcome from that rec master plan, and when will this Bike Skills Park be Phase 2 be coming to us?
Yeah, through the deputy mayor, the master plan is expected to conclude in 2028. So
2028, sorry?
Yes.
Okay.
So the decision would be brought to council obviously in late 2027 for the Bike Skills Park. So those two weren't naturally aligned to connect. The Culture Rec Parks Master Plan was intended for some of the bigger facilities, such as the Fourth Arena. As Shannon showed earlier, there's a process as we go through our for our major projects, and that includes that engagement as well as doing costing on the construction as well as operations. The master plan will help give us information for that, as well as potentially identifying new projects through the community. That again, the intent was to look at what we would require, or what residents are looking for out to a community size of 50,000. So some of those things will be definitely longer term projects, even if they're identified potentially as a want/need. That plan will help us kind of frame out how long that will take, and of course it would go into the overall master capital plan discussions in terms of when it becomes feasible for those projects to move forward as well. So the Bike Skills itself wasn't envisioned as part of that, but most of our other major recreation culture or even park developments are considered, or are going to be considered as part of the master plan.
Okay, and then maybe a question for Mr. Fleming. Like, this is 600,000 we'll be discussing at the end of 2027. We'll have a rec master plan that's going to have tens of millions of dollars, I'm assuming, of expenses over the long-term horizon. Like, aren't we limiting as a council our flexibility financially if we're committing to one rec project without knowing the horizon list of lit baseball fields, or, you know, more spray parks, or the Fourth Arena, or things like that? Like, should we not be looking at all these things at the same time?
Through the chair, I don't want to cop out with this answer, but I do think that's a decision of council. As it's been mentioned, this project was brought forward as a council initiative and placed into our planning documents on that basis. Our assumption would be that this is still a relevant priority for council and for the community. If council deems otherwise, then yes, you could take it out or push it back. Even if you pushed it back a year, then it gives you a chance to see the outcome of the rec master plan process, and then it would give you that kind of flexibility. This amount of money, I don't want to act like $600,000 a small amount of money, but in the grand scheme of probably what will come out of the 10-year capital plan over the next decade, I don't know that it's going to limit your flexibility a lot, but you know, every dollar counts. So if council doesn't think that it's as much of a priority as it did previously, then I would recommend making the change. I'm not trying to cop out of it. Just
No, that's a fair answer.
There's no really objective measure I can point to on this one. It's got to be decided if it's a priority or not first and foremost.
So what is the best way to do that? Like, is it to put a motion to put this on the horizon list then, so that we would consider it alongside all those future rec master plan outcomes that are probably also on a theoretical horizon list?
I think through the chair, that's one way you could do it. You could make a motion just to simply move its timing back a year or up. I don't know, depending on how we look at the space-time continuum, but move it forward.
No.
And then
back.
We definitely don't look at it up and down.
Yeah, sorry. And then move it further into the future by a year or more if you want. That's probably what I recommend now. And then at least you get, before you make, because once you put it on the horizon list, that's a little, like, we don't revisit that list a lot. It very much is kind of like a holding list, and we may or may not look at it that closely, right? So,
Is there any?
So I would recommend if you want to do that, you make a motion to delay it for 1 year or 2 years, or delay it till it comes back in conjunction with the Parks Master Plan.
Yeah, I'd probably prefer the latter there. I don't want to put a year on it and then set expectations if what I'm hearing from this table is people aren't sure and they want to see where the rest of the projects line up. So
putting it on the horizon list then would probably be the move.
okay,
It wouldn't be on our horizon list. It would be to come back in conjunction with the Parks Master Plan.
I think either of those would be relevant motions that council could move.
Okay, so
you
it's
could
up
put it
to
on the
you.
horizon list or just defer it.
I'll do both. Put it on the horizon list to come
Okay,
back.
so I need
in
you to do
conjunction
a
with the plan.
motion.
Yeah, I'll do it. I move that council. Where is this numbered at all?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll say council puts project 25020 Bike Skills Park on the horizon list to come back to council with the results of the overall rec master plan.
Okay, well, they're typing that up. You can speak to your motion.
Just speaking in favor of it, I think the first phase of the Bike Skills Park, council approved it, is great. I look forward to seeing what the usage is of that and finding out what individuals and users think about that project and what the phase 2 should be. I just think when we look at recreation overall, there's so many pieces to it that some I think council knows roughly, whether it's another arena, and others I think we're not too sure about. Where our next soccer pitch is going to go? Where's our next baseball diamond's going to go? Do we have to purchase land for that far out into the countryside? Those are decisions I think that are related to the 600,000 here with the Bike Skills Park. And we looked at our debt forecasts and so forth. Like at some point, council's going to have to say yes to some things and no to some things. And I think the fairest way to do that is for us to do this rec master plan, go out to the public, receive the feedback of what everyone wants, and then council to stack rank its priorities. So I think that's the fairest way to do it. I'm not against this Bike Skills Park, but the only way I can support phase 2 is if I know what I'm saying no to. And if that's saying no to other things, I think the only way to do that is to know what those other things are.
Okay, thank you. I'll accept the motion as they continue to work on it. We'll go through debate, and then when it comes up, I'll have Councillor Rendawa just confirm it. Mayor Macon on the motion.
Yes, thank you very much. I won't be supporting the motion. This project is not relative to the Rec Master Plan because it is a community-initiated project that council debated and did approve. It was approved based on grant funding with the option of trying to find a sponsorship for it. We did receive the community feedback already, and I would encourage any members of council who weren't part of that debate to go back and look at the numerous written submissions and the people who came to speak to it at that time. I do believe that this is a very positively supported project. It received just a ton of feedback from the community engagement on it. And so for $600,000 of grant funding in a couple of years, if we are so tight in $600,000 of grant funding, we can relook at this when it comes to, but I don't want to see this on the horizon list. I think that this project as a whole needs to be completed as a whole, and I really appreciate the work that was done to do it more efficiently. And with the dirt moving from the aquatics facility, that was the first time I heard you do that. Certainly, leadership could have brought this project back as a whole and done it all at one time, and it would already be in the books likely and being done. So I would appreciate the support in keeping this going. I think the community would be sorely disappointed to find out that there was any chance that this was going to get delayed. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris on debate.
I need to back up. So we got a bunch of dirt piled up out there in a place that we've allocated for the future Bike Skills Park following a ton of public initiation according to the mayor. I'm not sure what that really means. Ton, seems like a lot. So we've got that. We've got something on the books right now. We're spending money. How much money have we got in the budget right now for what we're doing? What I would consider to be phase one. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Babiak. How much have we spent, and how much do we have in the budget to spend going forward before we get to a decision on the 600,000 for phase two?
Sorry, just bear with me, just scrolling through the budget document to confirm the numbers. The 2026 budget number through the Deputy Mayor for the stage one capital project or bike skills project, it is 434,000 right now for capital costs. As part of that, we identified 17,500 in terms of operational costs for parts maintenance. Pardon me. And there'll be a further $570,000 in 2027 for the equipment replacement related to stage one.
Okay, so what we're gonna have is we're gonna have a bunch of pump tracks, we're gonna have some tracks, we're gonna have people will be able to go there whether there's a fence or not fence. There'll be an entrance, maybe a second entrance in the next phase. And so people under a committed project right now will be able to do that at some time when we're finished construction in this construction period this year, right?
Through the Deputy Mayor, that is correct.
Okay, so in 2020, what is it, 2027? 2028, then ultimately speaking, we'll be talking about whether we do funding. And so what Councillor Randhawa's motion is to park that for now in relation to the further engagement under the rec master plan. Okay, I'm just trying to understand that whole story stuff. So we will end up doing something in the continuation for this construction period is bottom line question. Yes or no?
Through the Deputy Mayor, could you just rephrase that?
So we're going to continue to do what we're doing to have something for little guys, big girls, little girls to ride their bikes on at the end of this construction period, most likely for next year.
Through the Deputy Mayor, that is correct.
Okay. And so then we would be able to then ascertain the level of public engagement in terms of whether, and potential asking what more they would like to see. And that's outside of the rec master plan engagement, as I understand it.
Through the Deputy Mayor, I think that's up for debate in terms of if it will be inside the master plan or outside. But yes, there is the ability, we would have a full year of the stage one being open and accessible to the public, and we can gauge then the use and then any feedback we receive from that.
Yeah, I'm not the type of person that build it and they will come. But I think we've already ascertained that we've committed to building this first phase. That's fine. In for a penny, in for a pound. But going beyond that, I think that's probably where we really need to have some fulsome discussion with the community, bike riding community or whatever, to determine what will happen. So what Councillor Randhawa is trying to do ultimately says, let's park that, continue on with what we're doing. We made the commitment, and we'll have a chance for sober second thought.
Yes, and through the Deputy Mayor, just to clarify, in terms of the concept of the initial engagement. So there's approximately 1,100 submissions when we did the engagement for the bike skills originally. And that's where we went forward and asked them what was their support for the bike skills, what were they looking for, and that helped us to decide, or that which was then presented to council to inform their decision on what to proceed. So there has been a substantive engagement already on the bike skills.
Yeah, okay, and I appreciate that. I probably wasn't paying attention, or I lost interest in it. Did you stratify those 1,100 people so you know who they were and where they came from, so that we had a pretty good idea that they were representative of the community at large?
Through the Deputy Mayor, no, we did not. The focus really was on levels of support, and then we tried to ensure that we were at a number of different venues to engage a broad number of people when we used our public events to do that. But we didn't specifically look at gender, education, income to stratify the results down.
Okay, fair enough. I support what Councillor Randall was trying to do, and I will support the motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nguyen. Second.
I'd just like to speak to the motion here and a little bit of history from myself. This was a community and council initiated project. Good to know, and the numbers also changed on it substantially through the course of design, decision making, and site selection for it around Fort Saskatchewan. So, given that. I don't actually agree with the motion to put it on a horizon list. It seems like that is where things go that never get brought back. And so I'm actually comfortable leaving it on here, given that we will see the build out of phase one, stage one, by the time council sees this for a budget request next, correct? So yeah, not as good enough. So I think that gives us time to have a look at what we got for the current 434,000, and then since it is a project that has been decided on so far, or to go ahead in a certain capacity as of right now, then we can evaluate an addition to it with what that evaluated form of the, the elevated form of that skills park would provide. So. For that reason, I'll vote against this, but happy to have this discussion in 2 budgets from now.
Okay, thank you. I'm next on the speaking list. Yeah, I think the horizon list is the wrong place. I think the last wording is right, and the project be brought back for council consideration along with the Culture, Recreation, and Parks Master Plan. Well, you can do a friendly on that if you want, just to remove the horizon list. Because that makes no sense.
Yeah, just through the chair, I think I don't want to speak for Councillor Randall, but the project will be back in front of council. If it stays in the plan in its current year, it will be back in front of council before the rec master plan gets back. So moving it to the horizon list kind of puts it on hold, and then council can decide if they want to put it back into the 10-year plan or not.
So then, okay.
Or move it forward a year, and then it stays in the 10-year capital plan and it comes back. Those are...
Okay. So he wants to do friendly to move it 1 year to 2029, I think.
Moved forward in time 1 year.
It's not forward, it's
you can't move up in
later
time, apparently.
Anyway, as you're as you're working on that. So as we're having this conversation today, I find it interesting, and I'm just going to put some context on this. So council said, we want to own the capital plan. We want to make it ours. So to me, if we're not going to take steps like this to make things feel like we've got them in the right space, in the right place, and that there's maybe some areas that items that we want to add into this, then there's no point doing this. We might as well just say, look, we're good, we'll bring it and we'll discuss it as part of the capital project. But I think this gives administration some direction as far as when to put these in, and then we'll discuss them in those years. So that's where I'm sitting at with this, because as I said before, we put priorities on one thing, but through the election campaign, I heard very clearly from our ball association, they can't do games that start to go into dusk, and they have to cancel and then go over to St. Albert because we don't have the proper facilities. When I look at this and we look at the parks or the recreation master plan that's going to come forward, we have to have the discussion about what's going to happen with Harbor Pool. We do have some things on the horizon list that I hope do come forward at some point in time. There's Councillor Harris's steps, and people love those steps down into the river valley. I'm not seeing much on here for Fort Center Park. So as I'm looking at this, if we want to own it, then we need to start putting some parameters. And Councillor Randall was right. We're not going to talk about where sewage and things are going, but that's my feeling. So if somebody tells me now, if we're not going to put our own stamp on this, then we can adjourn the meeting and go home, and we'll discuss it later this fall. So that's where I'm at. Okay, Councillor Wesley, you're on round one.
Awesome, thank you. Brad, I'm just curious, we've talked about the importance of the recreational master plan, and I'm just trying to get a sense for what, since we've already had 1,100 submissions on the bike skills park, what piece of information or what insight can we expect from that recreational master plan that would impact a $600,000 project?
Through the Deputy Mayor, we will have to take that back and consider it because it wasn't factored into the master plan to start with. But if that is now to align with it, we will now actually build in some work that would try and validate that. And so that could be, in terms of timing, we'll have some actual usage data or ability to monitor the park. But it could be as simple as through the public engagement, a validation that people would wish to see an additional stage 2 with those amenities in the community going forward. So we could customize the engagement to ask specific questions related to the bike skills park.
Okay, so would you be asking the similar questions that we asked with these 1,100 submissions? I'm just trying to maybe avoid duplicative work here.
Through the Deputy Mayor, I think there would be potentially some, again, just hearing this, don't have a solid plan in place, but I do believe the level of support would probably be a question that was asked that we would probably ask again. I would say it's a new point in time. Before it was a hypothetical about a bike skills. When we ask this engagement now, it will be about a current bike skills and if they wish to see that is in operation and accessible and whether they want to see it move forward or expand it. So I think that could be one potential question. So I think there will be some similarities, but we would be able to customize it because we have new data that we weren't able to share in the first point because it was a hypothetical project. We will now be talking about an actual functioning bike skills and then what people potentially would like to see in it. But I think at the end of the day, if this is to move forward, based on what I'm interpreting the conversation to be, is there's still a desire to see what the community supports or if this is something the community wishes to see. If that helps give you a general idea of the approach we would take.
Mr. Edgington?
Yeah, through the chair of the council, and just to expand on Mr. Babiak's comment, the purpose of a culture, rec, and parks master plan is really to help us as administration identify facilities or amenities that are desired by the community, maybe in demand by the community that we currently don't know about. And so upon building, as Brad noted, part of the master plan engagement will help us better understand what support there might be publicly for items that are currently in the 10-year capital plan, but it should also help us identify future parks, cultural, and recreation amenities over the next 20 years. So it is broader in scope and engagement with the community.
Awesome, appreciate that, Paul. Okay, so in essence, if I've captured it, this is a project we know about. We've got 1,100 submissions, so it wouldn't be something that would be ideally suited for a rec plan to necessarily suddenly identify then. So we're kind of just essentially just delaying the project by a year, and the rec plan has nothing to do with anything. I'm getting more and more confused.
Yeah, through the Deputy Mayor, and that may be on me. I would just say I would mirrors Paul's comments. The original intent of the Culture, Recreation, Parks Master Plan was to look at the future facilities that we're looking at in terms of pressures from our groups. I think Councillor Ketcher brought up a good opportunity that, identified one that a local group is indicating they're looking for lighting for things. Like that is open up to explore what we currently offer to our residents, what changes they'd like to see, but a big significant portion of it is to look to that longer term piece, which again, council has brought up of right now, we do not have the ability to put 7 new ball diamonds somewhere in our existing community. It will be something we would definitely be looking at the annex lands or those developments to say, okay, if we identify that baseball diamonds are a priority, we now want to look to see where those could potentially go into the future and then start some of that planning, like was saying, either through purchasing land or considering it in terms of our land use and how we use that land going forward. And that could just be for parks, but it also could be for a 5th arena. It could be for a field. It could be for many things. The reason particularly, again, just for the bike skills, why it wasn't factored in is there was a decision made to move forward with stage 1. It was in the capital plan for 2028. So it was kind of laid out that way. And we didn't understand that there was a desire to revisit it. And so I would just say that's one of the changes. It's not that it's not necessarily a fit. It just wasn't planned for it originally. And it wasn't as forward looking as a lot of the other projects we would be looking at in the master plan, if that helps to clarify.
Yeah, it helps a lot. Thank you. I appreciate all that information, Brad. I'm eagerly looking forward to my colleagues' comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're still on round 1. I think, Councillor Blissert, you haven't been on round 1 for the motion. Councillor Blissert.
I did, yes, I do want to say a few words.
You're up.
Okay. I just want to say I'm okay with delaying it for a year. So the change in motion is good. I wasn't really keen on putting it on the horizon just to make sure it doesn't get forgotten. But I also feel like it doesn't need to be added to the rec master plan. We already know the feedback on this. I guess my way of postponing is it gives us a chance to look at what comes up at the rest of the rec master plan. So we can see the whole picture. We already know about this one. We get more feedback on this one, and then we can make decisions in 2028 for the 2029 budget. So I don't know that the rec master plan has to add this in because it's already been looked at and talked about, and but we definitely need to delay it and see the rest of it so we can make decisions on the whole. So I'm going to support this motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Macon. Mayor Macon.
No problem. Thank you very much. I guess my final comments on this would be just that by taking this off right now, I actually feel a bit bad for the community members who came and spoke to this, because it does, yes, we can change our minds and change things, but doing this today, we gave them no notice, no ability to come and talk about it. And we haven't lost the ability to change things later on down the road. So I don't really understand the need to do this today when we still have the ability to remove it and change those funds and allocate them to somebody else when it comes to budget time. So I won't be supporting it, and that is my comments.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Randawa for close on your motion.
Yeah, thank you very much. A lot of good comments across the board. I appreciate Mayor Macon's, support of the project and consideration for those user groups. What I would say is where this motion comes from is that I want to consider this user group amongst all the other user groups. When we talk about the rec master plan, that's also going to take into account user groups that are going to use other facilities, whether that's baseball diamonds or football fields or soccer fields, or putting lights on our existing baseball fields so that our kids can play baseball games later on into the evening. That was something I heard also during the election. Or it could be steps for residents such as Councillor Harris who like recreation of steps or trails, or our ice rink, or other outdoor rinks such as Leslie McMillan. That park, I think, has an outdoor rink for about $600,000-$700,000, the same as another phase on this. Do we need more outdoor rinks for our community? What about the Shell Theatre and the future of or culture there? I think as a municipality, we only have a finite amount of dollars. And while this is grant funded, I think it's important to recognize that that grant funding could be used for a variety of other capital projects that would either go towards that capital project or reduce our tax impact for that year. So It's not grant funded in a sense that there is a grant out there just for Bike Skills Park. There are grants out there for capital projects, and it's up to the council of the day to determine which capital project to allocate that towards. I think the first stage of this Bike Skills Park is great. I look forward to hearing about the Rec Master Plan and where all of our different needs from our users come out. And as part of that, this gives council just a little bit more time to digest that information and stack rank those priorities with the priorities of the Bike Skills Park. I do agree that there was 1,100 residents that may have submitted as part of a Bike Skills Park survey, but that was also a survey that asked questions just on a Bike Skills Park. I think it would be interesting to get data back saying, these are the long list of projects in our community. Where do you stack rank phase 2 on a Bike Skills Park against a new arena, or against more baseball diamonds, or against more trails or other rec and culture amenities? That, I think, is extremely important information for this council to have as we go into tight budgets, and as we've already spent over 70 million on a pool and likely close to 20-30 million on a fire hall. There's only so much money to go around, and we have to stack rank things. So I'll support a phase 2 of the Bike Skills Park, but where in that stack ranking it comes out and which year it comes out in, I'm not sure yet. I look forward to hearing from the residents and getting that data so we can make an informed decision.
Okay, thank you. The motion is now closed. Please cast your vote. And the motion is carried. Thank you. All right, so that one we'll just move it 1 year. All right, we'll go on to the next project.
The next project I will be speaking to is 29008, New Arena DCC Planning and Construction. Demand for a fourth arena was identified in the 2015 Recreation Facilities and Parks Master Plan update. To help address demand, an agreement was established with the town of Bruderheim for priority access for Fort Saskatchewan ice users for their arena. In addition, morning ice times have also been utilized by users. The feasibility and scope of this project are being reviewed as part of the city's Culture, Recreation, and Parks Master Plan that is underway. Design is considered for 2030, and the construction is considered for 2031 and 2032. And the Class 5 estimate for this project is $26.6 million. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, open that one up for questions. Councillor Wesley?
Okay. So this, what do we say? $26.6 million. That's an estimate from what time frame? I just want to make sure I read the package right, because it looked like 2015 to me.
Oh, through the deputy mayor, pardon me. No, that is updated number from 2024. But again, it is an update for a community level facility, and probably doesn't currently consider all the wraparound infrastructure that may be considered as well, such as a parking lot. When we commissioned or brought in the construction team for the aquatics facility, we did a high level review of the previous numbers we had for the arena and provided a bit of an update. Our plan is to actually revisit this work with the construction team again before the fall for the capital discussion, just to see if there's any other refinements to go with that number.
Okay, so this $26.6 million is missing some components then?
It is very focused on the facility itself, I would say, and not necessarily in full consideration, especially now of the site and how it has been transformed with the aquatics pool. So we are wanting to revisit it to see what the implications are on the potential cost.
Any guidance as to how much that parking lot is going to cost?
I would be happy to share that in the fall when we've done the work to provide you with an accurate response to that.
So safe to say it's going to be probably a fair bit more than 26.6 million then.
Well, I would say this, and I would really put an emphasis on this. This is a Class 5 estimate for $27 million. If the number comes back at 40, it is still within that Class 5 estimate. Okay, so this is not a number that you should hang your hat on. This is an estimate.
So you're telling me $40 million is a possibility?
Okay, Mr. Fleming?
Yes, just through the chair, I just want to be clear. It would be our perspective that that number is low. It may still
Okay.
be within the class 5 range, but yeah, if I were to be told it was 40, I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay.
Awesome. Tremendously reassuring. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Randawa.
My question on this is saying the DCC. Like, is DCC a given that this is going to be where our next arena is? When I look at the capital plan, I see a lot of money going into that area of town, and I just worry that we start to neglect other areas, whether it's our downtown and things like that, with a lack of capital funds. And that's just why I'm wondering, like, have we engaged the community on it, or?
Through the deputy mayor, we'd have to double check, but I believe through the 2015 plan, that was kind of always the intent. I will just say from this perspective, there is an operational efficiency to 20ing the existing arena in terms of staffing and some other components that makes sense from an operational perspective. But if there was a desire to have the arena somewhere else, again, that could be something we could move forward with, but there are certain challenges with running, especially if it's a standalone arena, which we already face with the JRC and Sportsplex in terms of not fully staffing them all the time, or if we need to make adjustments, there's some staffing implications. Whereas if it's operated at the DCC, we have a wealth of facility attendants and operators that can basically move through that work relatively easy. So operation will be one consideration we'd bring forward, but if we do hear strongly through the master plan that there's a desire for something else, or there's another opportunity, that's an avenue we can create through the engagement to see if this is still what people assume and kind of want to see. Because currently we do not have a twin arena for like events like tournaments or anything like that. They're all one-off locations, and the twin arena would provide an opportunity for some bigger tournaments, or at least easier to schedule some of those things. But I think, again, it is ultimately up to council what the final decision will be.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Macon.
Thank you. Mr. Babiak, you made a comment about the parking that got me thinking. So when we approved the aquatics facility, we went with the enhanced parking option that we were told there was a smaller parking lot, and by putting more money into the parking, it would include parking that would contribute to the arena too. So can you just clarify your parking comment? It was my expectation then that the parking was going to be done at the end of that.
Through the deputy mayor, it will definitely contribute to the future arena, but we're trying to fully assess how many people can be on site and the different demands there. And so we would want to look at the potential parking implications, at least, to ensure that we're able to meet it. It may be we don't need a huge amount, but we definitely want to look at those potential implications. Part of the initial planning, again, when we got further along with it and looked at the enhanced part with the ring road and stuff, was a displacement of some spaces and adding others. So we've thought about it. We think we're in a good place, but we would definitely want to do the further work to confirm that no further parking is necessary, or to what scale is necessary.
Okay, thank you. And then can you just explain maybe what is the scope of this $26 to $40 million arena? What are you expecting it to have? Like, what are you looking at when you're choosing it, like from a seating capacity and amenity capacity? Like, what is a $26 to $40 million arena look like?
Through the deputy mayor, at this point, we assume this is going to be a community-sized rink. So similar in size to what it currently is at the DCC. Part of the work of the master plan will to ensure that's the scope that makes sense for the city. And then based on that, we would, again, update any related costing as part of that. To your point that you brought up about parking, is if this goes from a community arena to an event, say size one for consideration, where we're talking about 2,000 people going to those things, that would obviously have a significant impact, as opposed to 300 people going to the arena in terms of parking. So part of the master plan is to help address a lot of the questions that are being brought up today.
So I guess my comment then on this project would be that have we looked at a more basic option? And I've been doing a lot of work reaching out to other mayors in the region just to get an idea of how many ice sheets they have versus their population. What are they looking at? And I was actually surprised to find out that most of them are actually really similar to us. It's on average 10,000 people per ice service. They're all bursting at the seams like we are, and there's a few of them considering ice sheets. One municipality is, because they know that they cannot do this, they're actually looking at the most basic ice sheet that they can build. And I'm wondering if we have considered that. We have the JRC with a huge capacity. We have the community arena in the Dow and a more basic version in the Sportsplex. But what does an actual ice sheet cost? A simple basic ice sheet with no dryland areas, no meeting rooms, possibly no concession, like basic ice to help us meet a need. And the municipality I was talking to about that figures that they can do a more basic version to help them get through the next 10 years was going to be about $16 million. So it's certainly something that as we have this discussion, I really think that we should consider what we have for ice amenities now and what we actually need to move this forward and get our users another sheet of ice. Because I think if you could just get them a more basic sheet of ice for a much less cost, they would be thrilled to finally have that breathing room. So no comment needed unless you want to make it, but it's just, I just want to put it out there that I think that there's a cheaper option here that gets us to some relief for these users.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris?
Brad, so we've done some profiling as to what we can put on the site. Obviously, we have a large dry pond, which is the reception point of all of the storm runoff off the parking lots. And I actually, while I was on my one bike ride of this year, I rode over there and took a look at where the construction trailers are right now, where we're for the swimming pool thing. So that is ultimately where our arena would go, whether it's what Councillor Mayor Macon is talking about, slip rock, real easy kind of thing, as opposed to performance related thing. Can we handle a performance thing and parking there, assuming that dry pond goes away and becomes part of the overall development context? So have you looked at that?
Through the Deputy Mayor, no, we have not gone in depth on that. It was part of the planning was to ensure it could accommodate an arena. I think that the question of seating and everything else, that becomes partially a design issue in terms of how you build it out. But that would be, again, we need to scope out what it is to best be able to ascertain if it's the right place. It could be, as previously discussed, if it's the opposite of a basic, but it is a bigger event space, maybe it makes sense to put it somewhere else in the city. But I think we need to know what it is we are trying to build as an outcome, and then we can best ascertain as where it goes.
Yeah, I have no idea on ice. There are lots of ice users that can say more convincingly than I can. But I think what Mayor Macon said and what Councillor Randawa said relative to where that's going to go, if that's part of our recreation master plan analysis, I think that's crucial. But what this is just putting some money aside to do what? Refresh my memory on
it. Through the Deputy Mayor, the project we're looking at is the actual cost of designing and building the fourth arena, the $26.6 million.
And so then the question was, is that your basic, what we've got there, but twinned it? And so you'd be able to handle maybe about, what can you handle seating at DCC right now? About 80 people?
For the arena, I believe it's around 200.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So then we'd have another 200. I'm not sure what that means. More people would say that. Okay, so that's what that's all about. Okay, well, that's enough for me.
Okay, thank you. I'm next in the speaking order. So in the 2008 and 2015 Rec Master Plan, I know the pool seemed to have ranked like number one. Where did the additional arena rank?
I do not have that readily available, unfortunately. I do know in the 2021 priority recreation survey, or setting priorities for recreation facilities, the arena was number 10 with individuals, like residents, but number 5 for the groups. And then a lot of the ones that were ranked higher have included like the JRC and some other parks things that have been addressed now. So again, the master plan would help set that priority for us going forward, but I could get the specifics. I just don't have that 2015 report up.
Yeah, I think that would be interesting because we've completed the JRC, and if it was number 5 then, I assume it's moving up on the list. Okay, Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, I wanted to have a conversation about offsite levies here because this thing was denied with some lobbying after we heard from Build. And we had included it in future lands development offsite levies. So I thought that what we were going to see with this arena project was certain capital budget asked for just design planning of the arena so that we could do that, get a higher estimate, have an actual blueprint of what the addition would look like so that we're allowed to offsite levy the project. And so when I came into this meeting, I thought, yeah, that's what the conversation would be today. So why aren't we doing that? That seems like we could leverage our offsite levy collection abilities if we just have planning and design as a separate component of this project.
Through the chair, we don't need to do a full planning and design to get to a state where we can charge levies. We just need to do sort of like a higher level conceptual level planning, and we can do that. The intent is to do that through the recreation or culture and recreation master plan.
Okay, it was my understanding that was going to be expedited instead of waiting a couple years, so that we're able to, with the pace of development, that we're able to probably build a new arena at a lower cost to the residents, the current residents.
It is our intent to levy the arena. And
right.
So we just need the information we get out of the culture and recreation master plan work to get us to a point where we can charge a levy.
So what you're saying is that has to be completed then?
That work has to be completed. We could have split it out and expedited it, but it would have cost a lot more. There's a lot of efficiencies by doing the work all together.
Didn't know that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wesley again.
Awesome. Thank you. So with the upcoming recreation master plan, I'm going to assume that the arena will be a major featured player in that.
Through the deputy mayor, yes, that is one of the drivers for the proceeding with the master plan now, is to address some of the operational or administrative requirements we need, which we've kind of started to speak about. What is the scope? What is the cost? And operationally, so yeah, it is a critical part of the master plan going forward.
And so when we get resident input as far as those things go, we'll get maybe a more up-to-date ranking as to where that arena places then?
Through the deputy mayor, yes, that is correct.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ndawa.
This might not be a smart question, but with the amount of decisions hinging on this rec culture master plan, is there anything council can do to get the results to us sooner than 2028? And I'll say why I'm asking it, but we have like tens of millions of dollars of projects on the line that kind of stem from that.
Yeah, through the deputy mayor, right now, I would say we probably do not have the capacity to deliver it any sooner at this point, unless there was some major investment of resources into it. And that is not just hiring consultants, but even staff to work through this. It is a major part of the work. Is we want to do it now because it is out to, we're predicting or wanting it to kind of help guide growth to 50,000 people. So we think we're in a good place to have some of those kind of conversations and get that information. There are some critical pieces that we have identified, such as the arena, as well as I think Parks has a number of items that are just not top of mind right now, but like Heritage Trails Phase 2 and some other pieces that are definitely more short term, but it is meant to be a long term project. So if that was something that council wanted, we would have to definitely go back and look at what resources would be required, because it would be significantly more than we have right now to deliver it sooner.
How much did we allocate towards? It's like 200,000-300,000, if I'm correct.
I believe through the deputy mayor, I believe it's 375,000. And that was to help hire a staff that would help lead the work internally versus having relying strictly on consultants. But there is some consultant money in terms of the engagement and those other pieces. Part of that, though, is limited by our internal resources to collect information and compile it as we go through the different stages before we go out for engagement. So there are some internal constraints that we would have to work through.
Okay. Maybe this question to yourself or Mr. Fleming. What range are we talking about if council wanted to see this sooner? The reason I ask is if you have tens of millions of dollars of projects, every year we wait, inflation's 2%, 3%, like this stuff never gets cheaper. If we know design on these things has to happen at some point, is it worth council allocating another $50,000 to get this like 6 to 12 months sooner?
Through
Is
the
that
chair,
ship sailed?
I would caution in rushing this work because it is important. I think it was kind of a sidebar conversation with Councillor Wesley the other day. Like, this is one of the few things we do where we really build it, like the community almost builds this plan. We're almost facilitating a plan built by the community. If there's a project that council has on their mind that you know is of urgent priority, then don't wait for the rec master plan. Let's just get to it. And then the culture and rec master plan can focus on everything else that's left around it. And then that way you can take the urgency out of the rec master plan. We can go back and have a conversation about what would it take to shave 6 months off of this thing, and it would probably just mean bringing on a couple more people. Like, we're already seconding one person out of their, I think we're seconding someone out of their job, or we're hiring somebody, to work on, to sort of project manage it and shepherd it through. I mean, if we had more, you would start to get the economies of scale. Like, each person you add is a little less productive than the next one, of course, but would speed things up. And
Okay, I just threw that out there. I hesitate council arbitrarily picking one thing out of the pile. That kind of, I think, cheapens the engagement process and hearing from the residents. But I'll throw that out there and see if anybody else wants to pick that up.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to elaborate on that. What's the resistance to using contractors? Because we had the same question even with our our roads overlay and now with this one. It seems to be all wanting to be staff resourced as opposed to using contractors. I've been here a long time and I know over the years we've used a lot of contractors.
To the deputy mayor, I think it's to become less reliant on just totally farming out the work, because so much of this is about totally understanding our business. And so you spend a lot of, if you don't effectively do that, there is some opportunities, or you may miss opportunities. The staff also have to be engaged by the consultant to get the information they need in the first place. So again, sometimes it's just more efficient to have them working in-house and side by side versus going outside. And again, we're not excluding them fully. We're just being more purposeful about where we engage them in terms of developing some of the work. So we saw some successes that the parks had through the urban, we're sorry to forget this wrong, urban forest plan, in terms of having internal resource and how well they worked in terms of within the department and coordinating things. So we chose to go that route.
Okay, I'm not seeing any motions on that. I think everybody needs a stretch break, though. I do. So let's take a 10-minute break or back at 2 o'clock. Okay, we'll recess. Thank you. Okay, we will resume the meeting. My apologies for the delay. Following the last one, I actually decided that I'm going to put on a motion that Mr. Kaiser will put up so I can read it. And I will turn the chair over to Deputy. You're two down the road, who will run this portion until after the motion has been put on. Councillor Blizzard, are you on there as well? So I'm going to move that council approve $200,000 funding from the Capital Projects Reserve for the purpose of advancing conceptual design of the new arena DCC planning and construction project 29008 in 2026. Speak in favor.
All right, Councillor Ketcher. On
Okay.
behalf of being the new deputy mayor, would you like to speak to the motion?
I would. I think we had a really wholesome conversation about this, and I think through the previous master plans, this one has ranked very high. And I do understand, even with the pool going on, there may be some opportunities to have some of the work in alignment with the existing project team and that. So I think there's some expediency that we can do, and then bringing this forward and advancing this actually does what Councillor Noyan had indicated. It says that we advance some conceptual work for this, and then we can even look at doing the offsite levy bylaw, and it really shows that we're not just doing engagement, that we're actually serious about this. So that's my opening.
Right. Councillor Randawa. Important questions, I'm sure.
Thank you, Deputy, to the Deputy. The question I have with this is, will the rest of the rec master plan still come later? Like, this isn't advancing the rec master plan, it's just advancing the arena?
Through the chair, that would be my take on the intent of the motion, and that's likely what the outcome would be anyway. What this would do is engage a different group of people. This would engage the project team. I mean, we do have a captive group of contractors that are already working on, architects and engineers working on the pool right now. So we actually checked in with them as we were putting this together, and so they'll take the work on from a technical perspective. This will likely start the conceptual design process and get council updated costing. We'll just have to figure out what this looks like in terms of public engagement. That'll probably be the tricky part. And then my assumption would be the rec master plan will look at everything, like it'll assume that this is happening, and it'll look at sort of everything else. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, okay, thanks for confirming that. I agree with the intent, or my understanding of the intent of this motion, Councillor Ketcher, which is, as we sit here on this 10-year capital plan, we're just kind of hamstrung that we can't really make decisions without knowing the answers. I would have just liked to have that whole rec master plan moved up, because I don't want it to seem like we are picking one thing out of the pile from all the recreation things. And if it's like 200,000 to get that whole rec master plan up to us, like by the end of this year, that I would definitely support. So I don't know if that's possible.
Mr. Fleming?
I just don't think I could answer that today, sitting here saying we can advance up the whole rec master plan. It's a pretty big body of work. This will take one component of it for sure, and advance that work. But I would probably need to confer with the team, and maybe it would be something we discuss, at a later date.
Like, even if we could break the rec master plan into a short term and long term, and knowing like maybe some of those football fields that we have to purchase 30 years from now come in like 12 months, but the first chunk comes in 6 months. I just don't want to cheapen our engagement with the residents that we just picked this arena, and maybe like people want something else. So I would I would just like the whole rec master plan to come forward, and if council wants it to be done within the next sometime by Q1 2027, it's up to administration to determine how to change that scope to deliver it. Like, I think we should trust you as the experts and just say, we want enough information to make a decision.
So through the chair, I understand what you're saying. I think there is an opportunity to do that. There's the rec master plan process that we've recommended that council has approved is probably what I would describe as being the most holistic, comprehensive process that you could do. If council wants us to consider a modified process that reduces some of the scope to get answers back quicker, recognizing the risks that might come from shortening it up, I'm sure we could accommodate that. So, but it would be difficult for me here and now to articulate the differences between the two processes. Like, I would probably need at least a week to.
I totally understand that. I think perhaps that's something I would be more supportive of, Councillor Catcher, is if this motion was more giving 200,000 in funding to administration to bring back the rec master plan by Q1 or in Q1 2027 or something, that would allow them to do whatever they feel is the best they can do in terms of engaging, but it's not council picking one project. It'll all come back to us, and I'm sure the planning of the new arena would come back as part of that as well. If you, sorry.
Councillor, I had Councillor Blizzard on, and then Councillor Blizzard, you popped on, popped off, and popped back on. Did you want to go for it? Sorry, Mayor Macon, I might be jumping you a little bit.
Yes, it is. I think it's just the way it works with when you're remote. They sometimes put you on and get it mixed up. Anyway, okay. Yes. You know, we keep talking about budgets and being careful with our money, and then all of a sudden we're advancing separate causes. We have a 10-year master plan. We have a looking ahead for the rec master plan for reasons, and it comes in to fit into different budgets. I just don't see advancing an arena as something that needs to be done that fast. I do recognize that there are lots of people that will want it, but there are lots of people that will want all kinds of different things in the city, and none of it's going to happen tomorrow. We need to look at the big picture, and I won't support this motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Blizzard. Mayor Macon.
Thank you very much. I'm going to support the motion. Actually, I shouldn't say that. I back up 1 second. I just was curious about the scope of this work. Do you anticipate that when you come back, it's going to be one arena with set amenities, and here's what we want, and that's what we're going to give you for this first crack at design? Or are we going to see something that shows, like, this is the project, and this was what 16 million can get you, 26 million can get you, and 40 million can get you, with an option of amenities for council to consider, almost like the fire hall project?
That one. Sorry, through the chair, I need you to repeat that question. I'm still working on
no problem. Questions. I'm just wondering, that's okay. I'm just wondering, with this scope of work, what are we going to get back? Are we going to get back one option, here's the arena that we want to build, and here's the cost? Or is it going to be sort of like the fire hall, where here is the arena, but here's like the $16 million version, the $25 million version, and the $40 million version?
Yeah, so we're kind of figuring this out as we go here. I think we could accommodate that, where there would have to be a scoping discussion as part of the work. So
okay, thank you for that response.
I think we could have a scoping conversation. I don't think we would just sit here today and assume it's a certain type of arena. I think there would have to be some consideration along the way of the appropriate design and type of the amenity.
So I am going to support this motion today. I would like, if administration takes this away and thinks, like, in order to do proper scoping of this, to get a variety of options, you need more money to get that done, then please come back and talk to us about that, because I would want to be able to look at different options with this arena for sure going forward. But I do think that there is value in getting this work done so we can get the levy conversation in earlier. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Mayor Macon. Councillor Nguyen, it's your turn. Oh, my button pusher is behind.
Okay, so yeah, I think I'm going to support it as well for the same purposes that Mayor Macon just outlined. Just wondering the wording and how, and maybe for our CAO is a good question. The wording that was crafted here is for the advancing of conceptual design, and I kind of would like to see the completion of conceptual design. So can you just tell me why that word was chosen, what that means, what we're going to receive for $200,000, because that is a sizable amount of funds to. It's just a bit too gray for me to fully support it with this vocabulary.
So again, I'm just envisioning this in my mind. This would be us engaging with our current project team for the aquatics facility and asking them to do some additional work to help us scope out and essentially start the conceptual design process for the aquatics facility. I would assume that that's going to have to involve some sort of public engagement. We got to talk to our stakeholders.
Yep.
And I would also assume that that's going to involve a check-in with council in terms of the scope of the project as we move along. And by the end of this, you would hope that you get to conceptual design of a facility that's had some level of public engagement and gives you an updated cost. And then council from that point would decide if they want to move forward with detailed design. Right. What I take from the intent of this motion is it's council's way of saying, we know this is a current priority. Let's get started with this work. And the other amenities, the other recreation amenities that may or may not be coming in the near or long-term future, those would be part of the culture and rec master plan discussion.
Okay, that clarifies what I need to hear. Thanks.
Good. I'm just going to kind of interject here. I'm just curious as to advancing this project, and I presume with the intent of bumping it up from its original time frame. How does that impact our debt levels and our percentage of debt levels and capacity and all that good stuff? Jeremy, Shannon, crack financial team.
I would just say through the chair to Councillor Wesley. So are you talking about the 200,000?
Well, no, I'm talking about, I assume if we're doing a conceptual design of a new arena this year, that's with the intent of building that arena earlier. I'm not quite sure where we're going with this one.
Through the chair to Councillor Wesley. So again, we're not undertaking any construction. We're not coming to council with a borrowing bylaw at this point. That will come if the project moves forward. But in terms of this work, it was just to get that conceptual design at this point.
Okay, and then maybe I don't know which one to direct this one to, but if we're doing a rec master plan in 2028, of which the arena is part of it, is it necessarily the best way to look at recreation holistically across the city is to carve out a package that like this and just look at it separately? We kind of shied away from it with the Bike Skills Park, and then we've kind of fully embraced it with the arena. And I'm just trying to get a good sense for what the best practice in approaching this kind of activity would be.
So through the chair, I think in an ideal world, you would have an unlimited amount of time and money, and you could spend a lot of time holistically planning out all of the future infrastructure priorities for the community, including arenas, bike skills parks, ball diamonds, and everything else. I think that's the ideal. We just don't live in an ideal world all the time, and so again, not trying to cop out of the question, but it's ultimately up to council. Council ultimately determines what the priorities in the community are, and if council is saying this arena is more of an urgent priority than what's showing in the current 10-year capital plan, we need to do something sooner, then this would be one way that you could accomplish that.
Okay, so does administration have any evidence, information to suggest that the arena is one of the top priority in the city, deserving of such acceleration? I'm just trying to get to some evidence-informed decision making as to whether we're just sort of winging the expenditure of $200,000 on the fly, or whether there's a rationale for this.
Through the Deputy Mayor, we are absolutely seeing constraints on our arenas. As I briefly mentioned, we've looked at Bruderheim to get them as another sheet of ice for our users where they have a priority. That has helped to a certain extent. We are also now having people sign up for morning ice, which is something they have been very resistant to in the last 4 years I've been here. So there's definitely a willingness and a limitation in terms of our ice availability. I think the biggest thing that we've had internal conversations about on this is just when you open up another sheet of ice, losing all the progress we've made in trying to maximize the least attractive ice to everyone flooding to prime time, so we lose some of that capacity or usage across all of them. But I do think there is also some adult user groups we know who've been pushed out simply because the younger groups can only go to a certain time. That means we do have a large number of adult groups that are, 10 to midnight is kind of the only available time they have to them. And we do have some capabilities, or I would say capacity, to bring in some other outside user groups that would also fill our arenas if we want to ensure our cost recovery doesn't go down too much. So we are definitely seeing signs that this is a pressure. And as I mentioned, this was identified in 2015 as a future concern. And a lot of the other things I did briefly mention that were on the list have now come off. So it is definitely, for a significant group, a real concern and a real desirable asset.
Okay. Now I understand you folks are surprised by this, so I totally get that. But on one hand, we're looking at the $200,000 expenditure for the design, but just in the last question that I asked, we're not necessarily accelerating the construction of the arena. So all those capacity constraints that you just referenced wouldn't be something that we would be dealing with earlier. We would just be designing earlier.
Through the Deputy Mayor, I think, capacity of ice would not be addressed by this largely unless this triggered council to move forward earlier than what we currently have in the 10-year capital plan.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much, Brad. Councillor Randhawa, you're on second round.
This is a lot of fun to do this live. This is this is great. I would like to put forward an amendment, perhaps friendly, that kind of changes it past the word advancing. So I think we should be providing extra funding for the purpose of advancing short-term rec master plan recommendations to council by the end of the year. Because I think something not friendly? Okay. Well, I will put that amendment forward. And the reason for that is I kind of agree with my friend deputy to the deputy, Councillor Wesley here, that if we're going to go out to the community to understand where the community is at, I think we need to understand really where they're at and what are the priorities. And if that's an arena, which I'm assuming it will be, it's nice to get that validation back from the community before just siloing out the arena and putting that forward. I think this would give administration 6 months to go survey the community and come back and say, in the short term, these are the 5 projects we think, and arena is number 1. And I think then at that time, early in the year, council could then, if it chooses, advance the design work for the arena. But to do it now before going out to the survey, it feels rushed. But I see a lot of whispering, so I'll stop talking.
Andrew, you're really earning your pay today. I could use some help on this one.
Sorry, we're kind of scrambling and trying to make this work here. So just to be clear, you're hoping that the $200,000 of funding is going to be allocated for the name of the plan is escaping me right now, but the Culture, Recreation, and Parks Master Plan, and you wanted to distinguish that it's for short-term priorities?
Yeah, so if I say it out loud, for the purpose of advancing short-term recommendations of the Culture and Recreation Parks Master Plan by end of 2026.
Instead of saying short-term priorities, what if we talk about understanding community priorities?
Whatever.
Maybe if I could just interject for a sec, Andrew, at what point does this stop? Where when we've over amended this original motion and it stops losing its essence, that we really need to deal with a brand new motion by Councillor Rendawa?
Well, the amendment is absolutely changing the motion, but it's trying to reallocate where the funding is going. It's still appropriate to have this be an amendment to the motion on the floor. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Thanks for the clarification. Do we need a moment on wording?
To your worship, maybe if we take a 5-minute break, and I actually think that from where this motion's going and where the amendment is going, I don't think we're necessarily that far off from finding a way to meet the intent of both. If we approve this funding, there may be a way we can reformat the rec master plan work to start with community priorities, and then that could continue. Well, no, the more I talk about it out loud, that's not going to work. We'll just go with the amendment for now. I think the real question that I think Councillor Rendawa was trying to get to is, should we talk to the community about all of their priorities, or should we advance this one priority forward? And your intent is to advance this priority, right? Okay.
So
we'll just deal with the amendment.
5-minute recess then?
Do you need? I don't think we need.
Okay.
Let's just keep going for now.
So
let's do it live. This is fun.
Again,
fun and scary.
I was in the midst of answering a question while typing, so this might still be a little bit missing the mark here, but we can do it live.
By end of 2026, I would end it with. The grammar's probably wrong on that at the end, but otherwise I think it's right.
2.
You're testing my reading comprehension skills, Mr. Kaiser. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Workside, do you want to speak to your amendment then?
Yes. I do think Councillor Ketcher and I are talking about the same stuff. I think as a council, once we've invested into doing some sort of master plan like this, we do owe it not only to ourselves, but to the people of this community to go out there with an open mind and survey them to really understand what are the short-term priorities here. And by the end of this year, if we get this information back, I'm sure we will see the arena right up there, possibly number one. But at least we did that in an unbiased process. And that gives us not only the information, but almost the authority to go out and then do the design work, being that we got that information very unbiasedly. If we do a rec master plan on the side while we're also working on designing it conceptually at the same time, I don't think that sends the right message. I think what we as a body want to do is say, we believe we need to move faster on recreation projects. We understand the capital plan is quite hamstrung without the right information on recreation, and we are giving our administration extra resources and some latitude with scope to come back by the end of the year with that information, so that if and I'm assuming the arena is one of the top priorities, Councillor Ketcher in January 1st can put forward a motion to advance the real design work. And I think that is a cleaner process, and it gives us better information and authority, and I think we're doing the proper due diligence by going out to the people. But I'll leave it out to you all.
Awesome. Thank you, Councillor Rendawa. Councillor Harris.
A master plan by definition is a large body of work, which reflects a lot of engagement and a lot of consultation and a lot of thought process. And to do little bits in here and there takes away from the whole concept of a master plan. It does. It does. Because then you're not weighing everything against all the other things. You're just doing one thing. So unless I missed it, Councillor Ketcher was trying to say, look, we need to deal with this arena issue because we think it right now is more important than everything else, but everything else will fall into place in due course when we do the rec master plan. Is that a fair understanding? Is that kind of the way you see it, Brad? Because you're a recreation guy and you've done this before.
Through the Deputy Mayor. Yeah, one of the visions of the master plan was to do the holistic comprehensive review as instead of just doing an arena feasibility study or a harbor pool feasibility study about what it looks like after, or I think to extent a parks review or input on Heritage Trails 2 or some other projects. Instead of doing separate one-offs, the intent was to do a more comprehensive review and engagement. But I think as we've discussed, there are different ways to do the work. It just might not look the same as what we originally envisioned as a master plan. It may be more of a feedback document from the community on their priorities, but there would be additional work needed in a different way to make it feed into the master plan. So,
well, the beauty of all this is that the 7 people sitting up here get to tell you guys that we want to do something before something else. And you were coming at it from an administrative context that you're saying we should balance everything out. And I agree with that type of planning, generally speaking. But I think through the course of the conversation this afternoon, what I've heard is that this concept of the arena is something, and just as you just said, might rise to the top above everything else. And that everything else can kind of happen on the side a little bit later timeline under a typical master planning guise, if you will. So this 200,000 would then allow that to happen. And as Mr. Fleming, you're saying that our Q, what do you call that group? What do we call them? The QP group or whatever it's called?
The IPD.
IPD?
Yes.
Yeah, so you're going to get that group and we're going to pull them sideways a little bit and we're going to task them with looking at this on the site where the construction trailers and the porta potties are sitting right now as a potential site for our next arena. The scope of the arena would come out of that analysis, right?
That's my understanding of the intent, yes.
Okay, is that what everybody else up here thinks? Okay, and so Councillor Randall, what are you wanting to do then? Let me understand that. Because we've got Councillor Ketcher saying, let's put 200,000 towards that. And what did you want to do? Yeah.
I think we want to do the same thing, just a different path of getting there, Councillor Harris. I'm just saying we shouldn't be picking that one thing out of the group. We should instead use that money to advance the overall consultation and thinking of that master plan to get us that information sooner so that we can make the arena or the decision on the arena sooner, but with all the information. So we wouldn't be picking one thing. We'd be waiting for all the information to come back to us sooner.
Well, and that, in my mind, from a planning perspective, means that we just have to have the resources in place.
100%.
If our administration can't do it themselves, as would normally be the case with a hired gun, we're going to use our existing hired gun. Like, I'm just thinking out to I'm trying to clarify this in my own mind, sorry. And that's not normally what we do, but to vote on this thing, I have to be able to reach that point. So you're saying advance the master plan into
Just
2026
as much
as
as
opposed
as
to
we can.
2028,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Troy, you have something
That's
you
going to
wanted to
cost more
chime
than
in?
200,000.
I'll give you my plainest language understanding of what I think is going on. So the original
Thank you.
the
Thank
original motion is from Councillor Catcher is saying that the arena is a priority now. Let's get working on it. We know that it's a priority. Councillor Rendau's amendment is saying we better check in with the community first and do some do some public engagement and look at the priorities before we make that determination that it's the top priority. So they would probably they're pretty close together in terms of what their intent is, but one's saying check in with the community. What we would do with Councillor Catcher's motion, if the 200,000 was approved, is we will engage with the IPD team and they will start working on the technical aspects of an arena with some stakeholder engagement. What we would probably do with the $200,000 with this amendment is I would probably, with that timeline, go and sole source somebody to and outsource the public engagement and come back to council by the end of the year, or Q1 might be better, to say, here's the, we went out and as quickly as we could determine the priorities of the community, here's the priorities.
So public engagement in this context is very site specific in relation to use. Because if you ask the community as a whole, anybody that's a retired person living on a fixed income would say, don't you dare talk about building another arena. We can't afford it from a tax standpoint. But if you talk, if what I'm sensing here is you're going to talk to the users is really what you're going to do to determine. And the users are going to tell you what they already want, what we already know. They want another arena and they want a performance arena, I suspect. And I know nothing about ice, but that's what I anticipate we already know. And so if we already know that, then it's advancing the arena as in what Councillor Ketchel is trying to do, to actually get going on this thing and just get going, because we get to make that decision. The 7 people up here get to make that decision. And you ask me what I think, I would look at the 6 of you and say, well, what do you think? What should we do?
Thank you,
I don't
Council. Oh, sorry.
It's just trying.
I got you.
Sorry.
All right. Mayor Macon, what do you got to say?
Thank you. I just want to ensure my understanding of the levy process as it relates to this motion. So will Councillor Ketcher's motion get us to the ability to apply a levy sooner than what you would have anticipated in your normal course of work that you had outlined?
Through the chair, I would say Councillor Catcher's motion gets you to the levy, the ability to apply a levy sooner. Yes.
Okay, thank you. With that understanding, I'm going to continue to support Councillor Catcher's version of this because I think it gets us the information that we need sooner. Whether we decide to move the arena project up is still yet to be determined. It doesn't hand tie us to that, but putting the levy in place sooner does matter to the overall impact of this on the year-to-year taxes. So I would like us to do that sooner. So I am going to support Councillor Ketcher's version so far, but I won't be supporting the amendment at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Macon. Councillor Blizzard.
Okay, boy, this is going back and forth. What is the cost of a full master plan? And if we do either one of these motions for 200,000, does that save us money, that 200,000 of the doing the full plan?
So through the chair, because we haven't had time to sort of holistically talk about this, I'll tell you what I think would happen. With Councillor Catcher's motion, no money would be saved. You're basically advancing a specific project out of the 10-year capital plan, which you would have to do, even if you finish the rec master plan, you'd be doing this work anyway as to start the project. With Councillor Rendau's motion, we would do public engagement, which we were going to do under the rec master plan anyway. So I don't think that motion would take the whole 200,000, and it probably wouldn't cost much more than the rec master plan itself. So, but no, I don't think you necessarily save anything. You just wouldn't spend the whole $200,000 under Councillor Rendau's. It'd be a lot less than that, actually. Yeah.
What does a full rec master plan, how much does one cost approximately?
Through the Deputy Mayor, I believe the 2026 budget had it for $370,000 approximately.
Okay, and if Councillor Randau's motion goes forward, that isn't going to prep us enough to be able to have levies put on, right?
Through the chair, Councillor Rendau's motion really advances up the public engagement piece, and council could then decide to advance the arena at that point, either later this year or early next year. So it would make the levies faster than what we originally planned potentially, but it might only it might make it like 6 months sooner. Whereas Councillor Catcher's motion could get you there maybe by the end of the year or early next year.
So one more question here, if that's okay. So if we were to do Councillor Catcher's motion, what would be the recoup? Would we get enough levies from, earlier, because we are seeing some development that would, although we spend 200,000, would we recoup some of that because of the levies?
Can you help me with that? Through the
Maybe
deputy
I'm not-
mayor, my understanding of the levies, we wouldn't be able to recoup the 200,000 that we're investing, but any monies after that point, once it's put in, once the project's part of the levy, could be recouped through the levies as development happens.
I guess that's not what I mean. I mean, we're not going to add that cost in, but because we are able to charge levies sooner, we would get some of the levy money that in the next year and a half or 2 years, if we wait, we wouldn't get. So how much would we expect possibly to get? Are we seeing development? And this might be better for planning or the city manager. Are we going to have development that we can then, by charging some of those levies sooner, because we know the cost of an arena, in that sense recoup it? I'm not saying we charge the 200,000 onto it.
Yeah, go ahead, I can try.
Through the chair to Councillor Blizzard, a portion of the arena will be charged to the developing areas and a portion of the arena will be charged to the existing areas. So if we got this information sooner, the portion that will be charged to the developing areas will be spread across more houses, but it won't necessarily reduce the cost to taxpayers.
Oh, okay. I get it. I'm going to listen to more questions here. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Blizzard. Okay, I have one comment. I guess I was just going to see, Councillor Nguyen, you have something to say? No, go for it.
Yeah, I was just going to make a comment as well that I do support the ability, or council giving the ability to the city to levy sooner, and through an injection of funds being able to accomplish that as per Councillor Catcher's motion. What I believe the risk to be is that there are two $25-ish million capital projects here with the water line and arena being considered. I just want to say that I would hope that we're not considering one versus the other if we do expedite some design work for this. So given that, I still will support some design work happening for this per Councillor Catcher's original motion. And I think we have to make a decision one way or the other here. I think there is merit in the current motion that is before us right now. However, expediting it for public engagement reasons at this point, I don't really see the inherent added value to that. So that's my rationale behind the entire way I'm deciding right now. I'm sticking to it.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. As far as I'm concerned, I'm a little bit uncomfortable with the hurly-burly of how we decided to spend $200,000. So I'm going to vote against both of them because I don't know that necessarily sober second thought works well if we're sort of all huddling together and we're not entirely sure of what exactly we agreed to, and that makes me highly nervous. Do totally appreciate Councillor Catcher's perspective, Councillor Rendau's insight. I'm just uncomfortable with just the general nature of the process. Nothing to do with the great thought and care that they put into each one of their motions. Councillor Rendau, you want to see something on close? I need to push Councillor Rendau's button. Yeah. Thank you.
I appreciate all the comments and the work from administration. Ultimately, where I'm at is I don't think we should be arbitrarily picking one item out of a large rec master plan and advancing that design without ever having gone to the public. I'm sure when the past councils approved the pool, they went out to the public at some point before the design work was approved. Before we approved any design work on the fire hall, I'm sure we went out to our stakeholders on the fire department. I don't think we should just go and pick one thing out of the pile. This is gonna delay it like 3 months. It's still moving it up like 2 years. So as a counselor, I would sleep a lot better at night knowing we did our due diligence. We still followed the rec master plan. We consulted the experts. We consulted the taxpayer and then decided this was a priority. We heard it's a priority. By not voting for this, we will be saying, as a council, we are spending $375,000 on a plan, but the biggest part of that plan we just picked out of the hat. And that's not something I want to do at this time.
All right, so the motion is closed. Please cast your ballots.
Seen anything?
No.
Did the question?
Is your card? Yeah.
We
Do you have your cards?
old school. Are you just
Sorry,
waiting on Councilor Harris?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Back to the main motion. Thank you. So back to the main motion. Anybody have Mayor Macon? Thank you for saving me on this.
No problem. I just wanted to, if administration can remind me, we had, out of the priority-based budgeting, we had a list of capital projects. And I believe the arena fell in like 5 or 6. And could you remind me how we got there? And I believe we've done the 4 before it. I think we did a lot of work on that. Was there public engagement?
Through the deputy mayor, are you referring to setting priorities recreation survey versus priority-based budgeting? There was a survey in 2021.
Okay. So I just remember seeing a report on the priority-based budgeting that outlined the capital projects that were part of that. But yeah, to your point, it probably came from what you just spoke to. So that was in 2021. And where did the arena land? Is that readily available information?
Oops, I think you just went. There you go.
Through you, deputy mayor, just bringing up, yes, it is here on the website.
They're working on it, Mayor Macon.
No problem. I threw a question at them they weren't expecting.
It's been a general theme with this one.
I was going to say that. Yeah. That's okay.
So, I think I beat
Final
AI.
answer is?
The amenities ranking from respondents had the new arena as number 9. And then there was a specific question to the groups, and I believe this is where there was a difference in the overall findings. I believe it was 5th for the groups.
And then
Yes.
What, so sorry, while you're still looking at that, what were the 4 projects, 1 to 4 then? Because I think that we're mostly completed those, if I recall correctly.
So the amenity, sorry, I'm just making sure I'm reading the proper context. From the group survey, the first 4 projects before that was the Jubilee Recreation Center modernization, which you're correct has been completed. Additional West Rivers Edge Community Facility. No, okay, confirm that. The third was the Harbor Pool Life Cycle Maintenance, which essentially has been replaced now, or which was previously higher than the new aquatics facility, but this is obviously no longer being done. And then number 4 was the Fort Center Park Phase 1 or the Heritage Trails Phase 1. So, which is complete.
Okay.
That was for the groups. For the residents, it was West Rivers Edge Trails for number 1, Heritage Trails Park for number 2, new aquatics facility number 3, and then number 4, well, there's 9 things in front of it, so I'm not sure you want them all, but was the West Rivers Edge play area, harbor pool maintenance, additional West Rivers facility, JRC modernization, and Legacy Park performance stage enhancements were all ranked before the arena for the residents at the time.
Okay. Thank you for that information. So we've completed a bunch of stuff on that list, not everything, obviously. I do see the value in the recreation master plan, doing the survey and getting a comprehensive view of this. I do think for me, from strictly a levy perspective, because I do believe we're going to build this arena in the next 10 years, we need to have that the sooner the better. So I'll support the motion.
Okay, awesome. Councillor Randella.
I'm just struggling with us doing this so quickly. Maybe I'm the only one. I'd almost like to refer this to the next week's meeting so we can think about it, but I don't think it's going to happen. So I will leave it. I think Gail may throw something at me, so I'd like to prevent that from happening. You refer it then.
Councillor Katcher, did you want to say something? Okay. I have one thing to say before I defer to Councillor Katcher on close. I just want to thank Councillor Katcher for the wonderful opportunity for me to chair my first real motion, and I have great appreciation to my colleagues for making it a very lively one, and then a special thanks for administration for being so nimble in working in real time as things are proposed from up here. So I just appreciate everybody in the room. Councillor Katcher on close.
Thank you. So the $200,000 is going to do a couple things. It is going to advance being able to get a offsite levies bylaw forward, but it's also going to be able to give us some costs on what this is, the new arena could look like. Step back to, I think it was year 2021 maybe, when council was doing their budget at that point in time, and we were making the decision between the JRC and doing a new arena. So those ranked at the top for the projects. So I didn't support doing the JRC, and that's okay. That's the majority of council, and I support it. Looks fabulous now. But the other arena was a top priority one. And I just feel like these projects, some of the smaller ones, a playground, you can do them out of LGFF. You can do, some of the smaller ones just out of your general capital and things like that. Projects of this magnitude take a long time. And it's not like we're going to see something overnight. And even if we approve this now and we see something by the end of 2026, then we're talking about 27, and we haven't even slotted it in yet. But at least it will give people an idea we're talking about it. They'll have some input into it, but they'll know that we are taking them serious, that it is a major priority. And I think that's a big thing. This is a major one. And if we can get some offsite levy money starting to build up, I think that's a really good thing. So I'll close with that.
Okay, motion is closed. Please cast your votes. And that passes 5-2. I pass control over to you, Councillor Ketcher.
Thank you. I'll take the chair back. All right. So thank you, Mr. Gagnon, for being so patient. We are moving things, so.
That's good.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy. Mayor Richard Gagnon, the Director of Public Works, and I will basically speak to about 3 major capital projects. Some of them also has been in the past presented, I believe, by engineering. So maybe at time Mr. Schaefer can help and support as needed. But at this time, one of the projects that we have in the 10-year capital plan for 2027 is the Dock Park and Dowfield Roads paving. I'll speak quickly to that. It's pretty straightforward. This project includes paving the road and the parking areas at the Dock Park in West River Edge and the Dowfields to improve access and usability. Construction is considered for 2027. It's about $1.6 million, and basically we have a road that is there, the base is there, it's just a question of paving on top. This is a class 3 pricing as well, so.
Okay, I have to remember I have the chair back. Are there any questions on this one? I think Councillor Harris was pushing for this a while ago. So the dog park paving. It's okay. There's no questions. We'll go on.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The next project, 28006, Cemetery Expansion Phase 1. This project includes the first phase of cemetery expansion to address future capacity needs. Design work will be completed in-house, and it's being done right now as we speak. And I'll speak a little bit more about this because if you recall, for some of you who were with us, 2015, we did a cemetery master plan for which we went back to the drawing board at that time because of potential issues with flooding in some areas that we were looking at expanding. And then we found that, yes, there will be some issues with flooding in those areas of expansion. So we decided to basically focus on one area of that cemetery expansion, which is basically currently the one that we have, and a little bit of land on the south side of this cemetery. So what we're doing now is we're doing an update to this cemetery master plan, and we want to bring it back to council in the first quarter of 2027. And then we will see more about how do we want to expand this area for the cemetery. Right now, when we see this project at $2 million at where it's at, yeah, it's a class 5, and it's basically a remnant of the 2015 master plan that we put together. We believe we can do things differently. Especially when we plan cemetery, sometimes it's better to take the time to bring those expansion in phases as needed. If we put $2 million here, maybe we're looking at an expansion for about 50 years. Do we need to do that now? Can we wait? Can we basically bring some of those concrete runners and those columbariums and things like that as needed? Yes, we can, and we had a lot of discussions on that, and maybe it's a better way to adjust, especially when cemetery services sometimes may evolve and change. So we will come back to council in the first quarter of 2027 with a presentation on a adjustment to this master plan. And we will provide you what we would like to do there and how we can do this in phases in a way that maybe we don't have to go and put $2 million right away into this. It may be more gradual over time. So this is where we're at with this project.
So I'll open this one up to questions. I'm going to ask the first question. So the 2 million would be a holding dollar amount, and then, but you're not looking at opening another cemetery somewhere, like actually purchasing land and starting a new cemetery?
Through the deputy mayor, at this time, no, we're not looking at buying land and creating a new cemetery at this time. We're just looking at maximizing what we have in the space that is at the cemetery and just adjacent to the cemetery where we can do some development there. So we're not looking at purchasing land and creating something new. For example, a project that I've seen in Leduc where they basically built a brand new cemetery.
So I guess the question that I have then is, why would you put 2 million in 2028 as opposed to spreading it out then?
And Councillor Catcher, this is a good question, and this is what we want to bring forward to you in the first quarter of 2027 on changing that approach. So instead of putting 22 million in 2028, maybe we're going to be looking at smaller chunks over time. That will and basically the timeline for cemetery is more than 10 years when we do some investment there. So we can basically provide you with a little bit more information on how we want to approach the investment and how it can be done and where and what kind of product we're going to bring for that, because we have different products that can be brought forward. So in my view, this will change after our discussion in 2027.
Okay, and I guess my only comment on that is if we're not purchasing more land for a new cemetery, and we know we are going to do it in chunks, by putting a placeholder of $2 million, that could actually take something away from something else. Like the whole idea of the 10-year capital budget is to spread things out to see exactly where we have money or not. So although I can wait for the conversation, I would probably like to see by the time we hit this fall that you have it figured out and we have a line item like staggered out instead of just 2 million in 2028. That's my opinion.
It will be staggered out. The approach is better to look at staggering those costs over time when we believe the need comes, instead of doing basically a $2 million investment in a cemetery for the next 50 years or 75 years. So, and because you take risk on the service per se.
So we can anticipate changes by the time we look at capital in this fall?
Yeah, I think that we were planning to present to you in the first quarter of 2027 with all the work. But if we have, it's just a question of putting all these things together here. So we're in the process of doing this as we speak.
Okay. Councillor Harris?
So I was just looking at Google Earth, and there is a chunk of vacant green space on the north side of Cemetery Road and west of 86th Avenue, the north-south access. Is that owned by the city?
Yes.
Why
and
would
there's a utility right away as well, I believe, a little bit on that. And then the rest is the city. Yeah.
So it's encumbered by pipes in the ground, is what you're telling me? I couldn't remember. I mean, it's been so long since I dealt with this stuff. But that looks like that would be probably about 2.5 acres. Is that not developable?
I won't need to get the dimension there, but
well, whatever.
It's a fairly good size of land.
Well, yeah. So is it not developable for an expansion of the cemetery, which would be coterminous with the existing cemetery?
Again, it's difficult for me. You're looking at a picture, I'm not seeing it, so I just want to make sure I got the right.
I think he's talking towards community gardens across the road.
No,
not this area, no.
No. If you came from McDonald's on Cemetery Road, and you got to 86th Avenue, which is going north, and it's on the left-hand side of Cemetery Road.
Yeah, on the left-hand side, it's coming from McDonald.
Yeah. Yeah, and
that's the size. It's a little triangle.
Yeah.
That's something we can develop. This is part of the plan we want to do. Yeah.
Well, yeah. So when I look at that, that would not give you long-term development context, but I would have thought, and from what I recall, that was at one point in time when I was hanging around your department, we were actually looking at that.
Yes, and we're looking at this as well.
And I think that was studied by and large,
Yeah,
if I
and,
recall.
and
It
this
should be
one
on
was
file.
part also of the master plan in 2015 as an area for development. Yeah.
Okay, so what we're talking about here is $2 million, of which that might be one piece of property you're looking at. I think at one point in time, and what you're talking about is the floodplain on Ross Creek is right across the road, is now, call it the south side of Cemetery
That's
Road.
right.
That's not developable.
No.
But the community garden was above the floodplain, and that was. But then you don't have a nice compact kind of thing.
It's and there's a little bit of space that maybe we can use, but then you're gonna have to use this, and it's also the location. It's just at the exit of also a community. So what we believe is right now, if you're looking for some inventory of services over the next 50 years, then you're looking at that small development area, that triangle that we looked at.
Yeah.
Plus also within the cemetery, there's space as well that we can also maximize.
Sure, sure. Okay,
Totally.
that makes sense. Okay, thank you.
So we can take the time, and this is what we want to present to you is how we can do that and how we can basically bring those costs over time when needed.
So what does 2 million buy us? Refresh my memory again. Sorry, I wasn't.
It's difficult for me to say, but just big pictures, all right? What you're looking at is concrete runners, so you can have 4x9s and 4x4s, columbariums as well, because columbariums come at a cost as well, and depend the quality of the columbariums you have. So that's basically the two type of products you're looking at, and we believe that you don't need to do that all right away. You can bring these as needed and use your reserve in order to pay for it.
Okay, good, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Andawa.
Thank you, Richard, for the presentation. Just to understand, I got that correctly. 2 million is kind of a placeholder for now, and in Q1 next year, you're going to come forward with a report that kind of outlines your staggered approach.
That's right.
Okay. So it's fair to assume that 2 million is probably going to be spread out over like 4 or 5 years?
I need to see the details of the plan.
Yeah.
And then we'll be able to advise you at that time what will be the spread. But even $2 million is a good chunk of money for the area that is left, right? So, and it depends also of what you build there and what is needed.
Gotcha.
There, one items that I did not mention when Councillor Harris asked about what do you get for your $2 million, there's also an aspect of a small shed that we have there where we basically store equipment and things like that. So this needs maybe to be replaced, but overall, my preference is that we basically bring you a plan in early 2027, so you can have you can make an informed decision of taking this out or leaving just a certain portion, or just adjusting the amounts over time. But again, when you look at a 10-year capital plan, cemeteries are looking at 50, 75 to 100 years. So you're going to see just a small portion of that, right? But at least you'll know.
Last question, and I understand you still have to come with the plan to us, but is this a very emergent need, like it's very imminent, sorry?
Through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Andawa, yes, we have to look at that because we are facing sometime some limits on capacity, and we want to make sure that we can still offer the service, interment, 4x9s and 4x4s and columbaria and all those things. So we want to make sure that we are still providing the service to the community. So it's important to look at your cemetery.
To be consistent in what I've been doing today, I'd like to put a motion forward to spread this out kind of arbitrarily. I think if what we're hearing is this is going to be a little bit staggered, it's nice to kind of have this somewhat staggered out in the capital plan, and council can always revisit it when the report comes back. Would administration have any recommendation on how to stagger this out, or should I just pick a number?
Through the chair to Councillor Rendawa, my recommendation would be to spread it out over 3 years evenly. We can refine those numbers when we come back in Q1 of 27, but that would be my recommendation at this time.
You want me to divide 2 million into 3? I can't. I was hoping you'd do 4 or something.
0.66?
I'll move that we spread that out over 3 years, starting in 2028.
Okay, I'll accept that motion. You can go ahead and speak to it.
Just to be very quick, I just think having it spread out is a little more realistic to what we probably end up seeing, and it's going to help our forecasting and all that as well. So I think it's just going to work better as we try to understand this all.
Okay, so we're just going to keep going on to discussion and debate until you get it up there so we can keep moving. All right, so, okay, it's on the motion, but if we have to come, just a second, I'm just keeping notes on who's in and who's out here. Okay, so on the motion, so I'll go to Councillor Wesley first, and if we come back, I can come back to you as a first speaker as well.
Okay, so we're just talking on the amendment right now?
On the motion, there is no amendment.
Oh,
It's
the
just
motion and then come back. Okay, now I got it all straight. Oof. All right, long day and I'm an old man. When we pass a motion to split it up into 3 components like this, how binding is that to administration?
Through the deputy mayor to Councillor Wesley, it's non-binding. So
Okay.
this is still a plan and it can still be modified. And most likely it will be modified when we come back in the first quarter of 2027 with a new master plan for you.
Okay, because we're not really too bound by the fact that we have trouble dividing 2 million by 3 then?
No.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen.
Basically exactly what I was going to say. We're discussing this. The complexity that we run into with this is there's $2 million ask without like a detailed report in front of us. It's exactly what you're doing, and you're telling us that we're going to see that here soon. So no matter what we do today, and I'm happy to support this given the information that you've shared with us, which is going to be phased. So kind of makes sense to do it as maybe more reflective of something in a way, but council will decide on this when Richard comes back with exactly what we're getting for X amount of money, and if we're running out of the resources to allocate to provide the service to the community, it has to be considered by council. So I'll support this. Let's move forward with it.
Okay, thank you. So just before so the question that I have is we've got $2 million. It's going to be spread over 3 years. But the question that I have, and I know you've got grant funding listed on here as grant funding, but wouldn't it be coming from reserves? Because when we sell the monument runner, the money goes into reserve and then we take it out.
And to the deputy mayor, I agree. I mean, this is something that we have to look at when we put the plan together on how best to spread those costs. And right now, this is just a way to smooth that $2 million over 3 years. But you will see something really different, in my view, in the first quarter of 2027. So.
Okay, I appreciate that, and when you bring it back, make sure you bring what's in the reserves that we have collected for those, because that's basically what we're doing, is they're supposed to pay for themselves.
Exactly, and if we go in small chunks of money, let's say every 2 or 3 years, you invest, let's say 200,000 from the perpetual care reserve, then over time you're going to recover that $200,000. It will go back to the reserve, and normally it brings more money into the reserve after the sales than after construction. So it's a way to build your reserve as well. So you plan strategically that way instead of putting a huge amount of money up front at the beginning. So we'll explain that as well.
Okay, and last question. So what we're charging now to be on at least the top 2 floors of any columbarium, we must be making quite a bit of money going into reserves, I would think.
Through the deputy mayor, the the return on investment is at least twice, so we double our money. So if we purchase a columbarium, let's say I'll use a number, $50,000, then you will return over $100,000 easily.
Yeah. So then,
So it helps the reserve to build a reserve as well, because when we're full, one day we're gonna have to maintain the cemetery using the interest on the reserve.
okay, good. Councillor Randawa on close. You're good. Motion is closed. Please cast your vote, and please note Councillor Blizzard has left the meeting now, so it will only be based on 6. And that is carried. Okay, thank you. You have more.
Yep. And this one is about the other final capital projects I'll present is to expand and organize the Public Works laydown yard, which is $1.3 million. And this is work schedule at this time for 2028. This project involves developing and increasing laydown and storage area within Public Works yard to support operational growth, improve storage, and enhance efficiency. The project is, as I said, is considered for 2028. And this project was identified in the Public Works Yard Needs Assessment and will help optimize the space within the Public Works yards. So I believe in 2027, Mr. Schaefer will come and talk about another project, which is basically replacing the Quonset that Parks is using. It's an old facility that is kind of falling apart right now. It looks a big yellow tent for those that knows what that Quonset is. And following that, if this project is approved and the Quonset is replaced, the Quonset will be relocated into another place and still on the site. But then we have an opportunity after that to do some work there to level the areas around the Quonset and right beside the salt and sand shed as well that we have. And after that, do some drainage work and look at leveling this in a way that this area on the east side of the JEG site to basically also bring some new items or new ways of storing as well. So going vertical as well, so we can put things up instead of just spreading things down on the ground. So that's what this project is all about. It was one of the pressing items that came from the study, the Public Works Yard Needs Assessment. One was basically the Quonset, and the second one is this one, which is reorganize your lay down here in order to make it more efficient, especially for storage, and using vertical and then leveling this and then doing some drainage, proper drainage as a result of that.
Okay.
So that's the story.
Okay, questions, Councillor Randawa?
I understand the description of it. Thank you, Richard. Maybe a question to Mr. Fleming. Does at any point council take a step back and approve like a longer term strategy for the Public Works yard and our shops and all that? Or do we just kind of take it piecemeal and like bite by bite like this?
So, through the chair, we did bring a comprehensive plan to council. I don't know, that was a couple months ago, right? You would remember that. It's our intent to kind of follow through with that plan in some way, shape, or form. If it doesn't have council support or majority of council to support it, then yeah, we should probably bring it back and have more discussion or look at doing it more formally. I would say this particular one's we probably should get this one done. Like no matter what plan you do, this thing's got to get replaced. It's just through the course of doing business. But in terms of the rest of the plan, that might be something we have to discuss further.
Okay, because I just struggle. I know we saw the plan at a council of the whole meeting, but we don't formally approve anything. And then I understand this is important and is likely done regardless, but you get too many 1 million projects into a plan and then somehow you kind of informally approve a plan. So that's what I struggle with, but I'll leave it to my colleagues to see where we're going to take it.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thank you for asking that. This was my exact question. I just want to build on this because we did see that report, and that's just a report, though. So I would request from administration that maybe we can see like a prioritized list of what Public Works, expansion yards would like to accomplish with kind of your vision for it. You're the experts, and you're in there. You see exactly what you need, and after that report, we kind of get lost in the mix. So if of bringing things like piecemeal is a great word to council in this fashion. So I think that would really help us streamline what you guys need to accomplish in a way. And you're telling us this one right now, but for the future capital investments in this, and it is becoming more and more of a need as we understand, then that would be extremely helpful for decision making.
Through the deputy mayor to Councillor Nguyen, the Public Works Yard Needs Assessment has a plan like that basically talks about here's the immediate things you need to do, right? Then here's the short-term, medium-term, and long-term things you need to do as well. And then there's basically costs associated with all this. And maybe Mr. Schaefer, you can help me if there's anything you can add on this one, because I think your group led the study.
Sure.
I think the only thing I would add, and just reference Councillor Nguyen's comment, is that the public works and user groups, or public works groups, the users of the site, as you said, were deeply involved in the development of that project, of that report. So that is one of the outputs, or one of the inputs to the report, and the output then is a prioritized list that was included in there. So that's the list that we're following as we're trying to implement some of the things out there. The first two projects you'll see today were in the immediate term within that list.
Okay, I have a question actually, if we're going to talk about this a bit, is that the snow dump, and I don't think the material handling site is in there, but it appears on the horizon list, and I thought we were more actively engaged, and this is Public Works, it's in the plan as well, right? So can you just comment on where we're at with that?
The Deputy Mayor to Councillor Nguyen. So the materials handling site, that project is approved from a design perspective. Okay. We're actively trying to acquire land, seeking land to locate this. As part of that project, we are also, with the lands we're looking for options so that it could be expanded to a snow dump site in the future. Okay. So we're working on that. We'll hopefully have updates through the summer and into fall in terms of where we're at with that specifically.
Okay, fairly short term then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wesley.
Awesome, thank you. I wonder if you just maybe give me a little bit of background on, just so I can get a sense for the expenditure, the one or two things that are really driving the $1.3 million cost.
Yes, it's a $1.3 million. For this one, there's about 1.1 million that is allocated to the site that is right beside the salt and sand shed, and then about 200,000 that is associated with the site where the Quonset is right now. And overall, what we're trying to do for those two sites is to level these, improve the drainage, and bring some level of storage that is different than just laying this on the ground, but going up as well, so we can gain efficiencies on space. So there's things that we can hopefully put with a forklift up, and then using that type of storage. So this needs to be designed as well.
Okay, so of the $1.1 million on the one site, is it mostly the storage, or is it mostly
It's
the
both.
earthworks?
It's earthworks and both, actually. Okay. And it will be we'll decide where we want to see our storage going up. What's the best place for that? But see the two sites being one together, right? So that's why you had the $1.3 million total. Those two sites are right beside each other. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Randawa. Patience. There.
Oh, thank you. I would like to make a motion on getting the Public Works Yard kind of plan to council in a formal setting to approve as like our long-term public works yard strategy or plan. I sent Mr. Kaiser a rough motion wording, but administration can direct me.
Okay.
Yeah, probably back the, not
Public Works Yard Needs Assessment. That's the name of the assessment.
Okay.
Yeah.
You could speak in favor.
Just to be quick, I share the same concerns I think as Councillor Noyan and some others. I just think council should own the plan, approve the long-term plan before starting to tick off things on that long-term list. So that's kind of where it comes from.
Okay, thank you. It's open for discussion and debate. Mayor Macon.
Yeah, thank you. I'll support the motion. We did get the report on the needs assessment in the COW meeting. I did feel like it was comprehensive with the short-term and long-term goals of the assessment. So I guess if there's, I should back up, it makes sense to me that it come back formally for council to adopt as a strategy or a priority for sure. But if there's anything that council feels like they were missing from that needs assessment, then absolutely, hopefully you can articulate that so they can bring back any missing information. Because it feels like some people think that it wasn't all there, but I'm not seeing missing information. So certainly if anyone knows of something more that they want before that comes back, like please do articulate that to administration.
Okay, I'm not seeing any addition. Oh, Councillor Harris.
So when we look at the back of the document that you provided us for the capital plan, it's listed as City Plans and Studies number 22. So it is there. It has been provided and it is a reference source. That's the way I was kind of treating it, right?
You were Deputy Mayor to Councillor Harris. It's not been adopted as a policy or anything like that. I don't think it has been adopted as a guiding document. I think it's been only presented as information.
Okay, so
and it's a reference document.
So this is a question to the city manager. So when we look at this 22 item list, starting with the 2015 Dow Centennial Center Master Plan report, are all of those reports that are cited on this, have those been formally approved by council in one way, shape, or form in the past? Or what has been our protocol in the past? Those are just things that are reference documents administration works with, or what's the protocol?
So through the chair, there was a change in the protocol, and I can't remember exactly when it happened. I think it was 2 terms ago of council. We used to bring studies and master plans and these planning documents to council for approval. And the feedback at the time was, we don't like approving these because then they can be held over council's head, or it's committing us to something. So they can be more like a guideline, so council can hear them, but we want to make these decisions through the budget process. So we stopped asking council to approve them and started bringing them as information. We can switch back. I don't think I'm fine either way.
Well, yeah, I'm only going to Councillor Randhawa's, what he's trying to accomplish here in terms of us owning them. I would think anything that administration has used as an analytic to make decisions from a capital standpoint or from an operating standpoint, ultimately we, as the decision makers of this entity, they are our documents. And so I'm not so sure I agree. I understand where you're coming from, and I understand where that discussion came from. And I think we know what the genesis of that was. I don't know, does that address your concern? I mean, how would you like to own it, Councillor Randhawa? Like physically do what the city manager suggested we used to do as opposed to what we're doing today?
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Randhawa.
Councillor Harris was trying to be quick with this one. Now you got a question. Honestly, yes, I think I would like to go back to that because while I understand there's risk of council approving things and then making it look like that is the course of action, I think there's an inverse of that as well. That if council never approves formally any plan, then they all will just continue to move forward without us having the ability to change, manipulate, and so forth. And I think it's a double-edged sword. Neither way is perfect. I think on this one, where we're looking at such a big number, it's good to be a part of that process.
Okay, well, you know what, this has been a good discussion because, this is my third term. Most of us have been here at least 3 terms, 3 terms. And if our decision-making process evolves up and down, back and forth, well, so be it. So in this case, and I would be one to suggest if we adopt something, it doesn't mean that we're necessarily going to be bound in it forever. Circumstances change, and if we decide that we want to change it, we'll change it. But I can support you in this context because I think that is a useful turn in the frame of reference. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. I can support this too. I know in the past I've always complained as soon as we approve something, it comes back to us and goes, oh yeah, you approved this. But I think there has to be reasonable timelines and expectations that everything is competing with other projects at all times. And I think that has to be a disclaimer that's put in all of these plans and studies, that just because we say, yeah, we adopt it or potentially approve it, that we like the plan, however you are competing with other projects. Councillor Randau on close?
Yeah, no, I think Councillor Harris and yourself took the words right out of my mouth. I'd look at the strategic plan we approved just earlier. It doesn't lock us into anything, but it's nice to have that stamp sometimes.
Okay, motion is closed. Please cast your vote. And that is carried. I'm going to suggest a quick comfort break. Can we do it and be back by about 3:38? That gives you 7 minutes. I'm going to discuss that with Troy right now. Okay? Because so Okay, we're back from recess. We're going to, just so everybody knows, we're going to go to 4:20. We're going to get as much stuff done. So, Mr. Fleming, if you have somebody in here that's you don't think they're going to make the list today in the next 45 minutes, they can probably go. But and then we will do 10 minutes in camera, and that's a wrap for today, just so that everybody knows. So we're going to push as hard as we can, and hopefully a lot of these next items aren't quite as intense, but we'll see. This has been a great discussion and debate. Okay, Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and members of council. I have 6 projects under major capital to present. The first is project 26030, which is the Southford Drive widening, Southford Drive and Southford Boulevard widening. This project was approved for design in 2026, and that work is ongoing. It will be coming back for construction approval through the 2027 process.
Okay, is there any questions on this one? Councillor Harris?
When that happens, will the speed limit increase automatically from 60 to 70 or from 50 to 60 or whatever?
Through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Harris, it'll be one of the things we'll present at construction approval.
Okay, good. As long as that's going to be dealt with. Okay, thank you.
Okay, there doesn't appear to be any more questions on that one. Move along.
Next is project 27020, the demolition and replace the Parks Quonset. Was mentioned a little bit in the last one of Richard's presentations. This is the replacement of what we affectionately call the yellow tent in the Public Works site. It has reached beyond probably its life in terms of it falling apart, the holes in the fabric and the structure starting to fail. We've been pushing off this replacement until we had the Public Works Yard needs assessment to make sure the replacement was put in the right place. Now that we have that and we can locate it, we're bringing this forward for approval for 2027. The current estimate is $540,000.
Okay, thank you. Questions? So is this going to be a hard shell as opposed to a soft shell?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Okay, any other questions? Go ahead.
Okay. Next is project 28003, the Veterans Way corridor widening. This is a multi-phase project. It's split into 5 different phases, starting with confirmation of design of phase 1 in 2028 with construction of phase 1 in 2029. The overall estimate for all 5 phases is $30.4 million.
Okay. I don't know if I have a question or comments. I guess my concern with this one is the path to zero isn't ending till 2029, and I would anticipate we wouldn't be starting any work prior to that, and this is over multiple years.
To you, Deputy Mayor, the intent when we originally pushed a lot of this back into the 10-year plan was to try and get, because we couldn't get in front of Dow, to be after Dow. So we'll play with that timing a little bit in terms of when their peak traffic drops off from construction, so we're not overlapping. So it may get pushed a year, but right now that's kind of where we're sitting. Their peak is supposed to be dropping off into 29. So at that point is where we'd like to get in and start these projects.
Okay, and the other question that I heard during the Pine View public hearing was you could add all of those people and it wouldn't have an impact on the traffic or the traffic assessment. And the only thing driving this is when it gets to 35,000 as a population. But is that actually even realistic?
I mean, 35,000, I think, if I remember right, trying to think back to the transportation master plan, was the threshold they were giving in terms of population within the city. I think there's other drivers as well. The development just to the north of our city, within and outside our boundaries, is driving a lot of traffic through. And that's why we'll be advocating for provincial funding to help support this project, so that it's not just the taxpayers of the city moving forward.
Okay, well, when we discuss it this fall, you know I'll be not supporting it, but that's fine. Councillor Harris?
So with Dow's work on site, gearing back up, have they indicated to us whether they would do things to mitigate the impact on traffic going through single vehicle traffic in terms of busing from pre-arranged locations in the capital region? I think, when did that happen? That seemed to be pretty good in the past, and that mitigated a lot of the impact on our traffic infrastructure.
For the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Harris, Dow's not looking to do busing. They are looking to do staggered shifts so that they're extending that time frame when there's traffic, but it's not all hitting at the same time. That's kind of been their mitigation methods. We've been trying to work with them to do as best we can.
Okay, so needless to say, we're working to minimize the impact on the traffic infrastructure in that light.
As much as we can, but we're already seeing those impacts.
I think that's the case. Okay, well, keep up with that, see what you can do from that standpoint, so thank you.
Okay, not seeing any more questions, comments.
If it's all right, I'm going to lump the next two together. The 28004, the Veterans Way pedestrian crossing north, and 30005, the pedestrian crossing south. So these two projects are to create pedestrian corridors not at grade. So you're actually, the north one you'd be going underneath. South one probably underneath just because of the high load corridor and having to be 9 meters over the highway. But we're still evaluating exactly where that would be and what that would look like. These would be done as part of the phases of the widening project. So the north one would happen with phase 1. The south one would happen, I think it's with phase 3 or 4, just in conjunction with those while construction's going on. These were identified again within the transportation master plan and the functional planning study for the corridor.
So just talk to me about the safety of them. As soon as you put them underground and you don't have visibility or sight lines, don't they become problematic?
To you, Deputy Mayor, so I can speak to the one to the north because we actually have completed that design, which we were moving forward with construction at one point. They are a tunnel, but they're not a tight pedestrian corridor. They're 4.5 meters wide, 3.5 meters high. So they are a large box structure. They're well lit. The ends are open to sight lines as best as you can because the trails are down at that elevation anyway. And it separates people away from that high speed and heavy traffic and some of the heavy load traffic that goes down that highway. Just to bring them away from that and the other advantage to them, the big one's the safety, but it also helps with the corridor timing because you don't have to have a pedestrian signal to cross the highway. You can direct people under. They just have to cross the east-west if 15 and 21 goes north-south. So you remove that Veterans Way crossing.
So even with the intersections, we don't avoid people, especially the kids who jump the meridians. So it's okay. I struggle with this one. Councillor Nguyen?
There's a couple questions on these tunnels. And remind me, because it's been a little while since we looked at these. But the north one, we've done some design work for. How many pedestrians a day would be expected? And that's a major intersection, Highway 15, 21. Were we expecting to utilize them, just based on our knowledge? Do you know that or no?
For the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Nguyen, I know we have the information. I don't have it off my fingertips. I can't remember what that number was. So we did some counts out there. And the other thing I would say is that with a safer crossing, it may drive more people to that rather than driving across.
Right, and the crossing south, that would be south of our most southern intersection, right?
No, this wouldn't be the south in this case is somewhere around between 84th Street and West Park Boulevard.
Okay.
Between those two intersections. The plan in the annexation study was to build another one into that annexation area to the south. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. I'm actually going to make a motion to move both of these to the horizon list. So 28004 and 30005 to the horizon list.
Okay, I'll let Mr. Kaiser do a motion, and you can speak to your.
Yeah, speaking to the motion, we're between these two projects, we're looking at $13 million of underground infrastructure, underpasses for pedestrians, essentially. We don't yet know when we're going to be able to accomplish even the first phase of the of the Veterans Way highway widening. So I would like to see some definitive timelines before we have these embedded in our capital plan. And like the chair mentioned as well, I'm not convinced that they are actually indeed needed. We'd have to look at that again. It is quite a bit of money for what we're getting. That's half an arena if you combine the two together money wise. So it's something that I think would be fit to put on our horizon list and then evaluate it at the time when we know highway widening is going ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'll open it up for discussion and debate. Once he puts the motion on, then you can just double check the wording. But
Through the chair to Councillor Noyan, sorry, I just want to clarify, which two projects are you identifying for the Horizon list? The Veterans Way, Pedestrian Crossing South, and what was the second one?
North, yeah.
North. Okay, yeah, there it is. Okay, great, thank you.
okay, while he's working on that, I am going to open it up so that we can just keep moving forward. And you can let me know once he's got it, that it just confirmed that it's what it is. So anything on discussion and debate? Everybody's getting tired. Councillor Andawa?
A question, Mr. Schaefer. Where did these projects originate from? Like, was there demand from residents that needed another way to cross the highway, or like, where'd it come from?
Through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Randawa, they were first identified through the 2018 or 16 Transportation Master Plan. They were first identified within that program as part of the active transportation network for the city. And then with the increase in traffic, the increased widths as we widen the highway, the amount of truck traffic that moves down there, we felt it was good to include them at the time of the widening, just from construction efficiencies and the like to advance them at that time.
Okay, and if we didn't move it to the Horizon list now, they'd be coming back to council for approval as part of that yearly capital budget or so forth when their time comes. I'm assuming with more info?
Through Deputy Mayor to Councillor Randawa, we would bring them back, and I would think, and my thought would be I'd be bringing them back regardless if they're on the Horizon list or within the capital plan. I'd bring the first one back with phase one because that's the time to do it whenever, because that section of road is going to be shut down or under construction anyway. So we'd bring them back at that time with all the data that we have and the work that we have done to date.
Okay, so it's going to kind of be part of that discussion regardless.
I believe it would be. I don't think unless I hear different, it's not being removed from every plan. It's just, let's think about it. So I think we'd still want to bring it back because that is the chance you'd have to do it.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you very much.
Councillor Wesley?
Yeah, maybe just a short question as to whether deferring these two items to the Horizon list in any way impacts our ability to get the province on board with some grants for the widening.
Through the chair to Councillor Wesley, we are working with AIHA to put forward a request to the province for grant funding. I would say that having this on the Horizon list instead of within our 10-year capital plan would negatively impact our advocacy efforts.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for that, Janelle.
Okay, just to follow up on that. It's my understanding, though, the province wasn't going to provide any funding previously for the pedestrian underpasses, only for the widening.
To the chair, when we've been in contact with the province in the past, we have asked for funding for the widening and for the underpasses. To date, they haven't said whether or not the underpasses would be excluded, to my knowledge.
Okay. All right. Counselor, you Noyan on close. Been a long day. You can have your chair back, Mayor Megan.
Yeah, thanks. It's a good question that you asked, Councillor Wesley. I was not under the impression that the province was supportive of these pedestrian underpasses in terms of grant funding it. It is possible, and I think this is politicking that, yeah, they say, well, you took these things off, so we're not going to consider them. However, I see this project, if we can narrow the scope of it, it also might allow them to see, look, this is the finite project they're doing, because it's not a absolutely necessary component of widening our highway. It's just something that would be easier to be done in conjunction with that widening project. Once again, I'm not 100% convinced that that's a good use of funds to build two of these for 13 million. So I'd be happy to see them put on the horizon list. And I do appreciate and accept that it will come back. The first one will come back during the first phase of the widening project as well, when we have a look at that as a council. So I've given that, I think, is about all I can say.
Okay, thank you. The motion is closed. Please cast your vote. The motion is tied, so it goes defeated. All right. 3-3. How important it is. 7 people are here.
Finally, I have project 33000, which is the replacement of the 100th Avenue Bridge over Ross Creek. This project is slated for construction in 2033. This culvert, I guess it's a pair of 2 culverts that are there. We did some work to them in about 2010. We installed struts in one of them because the plates were starting to fail. It's evaluated every 2 years to see where it's at. So far, those struts have held up, but it's getting to the point now where it's starting to be, it's deteriorating a little bit more, and we're getting to that point where we're going to have to replace the culverts.
Okay, thank you. Does that mean the road will actually open up as well? Because that's the 100th Avenue one. Is that the one by Clover Park, or where is it?
No, this is the one out to Sherritt.
Oh, out to Sherritt. Sorry. Okay. No, I'm good. Okay. Okay.
Okay. So that concludes the major capital projects. We can now move to the new capital projects, which are outlined in Appendix 3. These projects are generally smaller in scale, but support service delivery, asset conditions, and operational needs across the organization. I will now turn it over to Sadie Miller, who will begin with the industrial meter vault upgrades.
Good afternoon. So Utilities has 2 new capital projects being recommended in 2027. The first is project number 27017, the industrial meter vault upgrade for $375,000. This project addresses a limitation in how water consumption is currently measured for some of the city's industrial customers. The existing configuration relies in part on calculated or estimated consumption, which can introduce risk related to billing accuracy and data confidence. By implementing direct metering through a new meter vault and system reconfiguration, the city will improve transparency and reduce the potential for disputes.
Any questions? I don't think you're going to get too many on these ones. Go ahead.
The second utilities project is number 27018, West Park Lift Station Functional Improvements for $350,000. This project focuses on upgrading the West Park Lift Station to improve safety, reliability, and long-term performance. Currently, access to critical equipment requires high-risk confined space entry, and several internal components are showing signs of corrosion and reduced reliability. This project will modernize the facility by improving access to key systems, upgrading instrumentation, and rehabilitating aging components to improve operational reliability and worker safety.
Okay, any questions? I don't think so. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Project 27012, fleet addition. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Project 27012, fleet addition icebreaker. This is a project that will come for in front of council for budget in 2027. This project includes the acquisition of an icebreaker attachment for a loader to break, remove, and control ice on roadways and back alleys. The attachment is mainly required on paved roads and back alleys where ice accumulation makes removable by graders very difficult. So the result will be a safer road condition. So this is scheduled for 2027. It's an attachment, about $85,000.
Okay, any, oh, go ahead, Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, just a question about this attachment, because I thought maybe it was last budget midwinter, a question about icebreaker, ice on Park Pass was asked.
Yeah.
So I was just surprised to see that this was for a loader attachment. But is there another icebreaker being considered then?
Through Deputy Mayor to Councillor Nguyen, for 2027, we would like to bring the one for the roads. We believe it's more important, and maybe consider something if we like what we see for the trails and also the sidewalks. You need basically three different icebreakers for the purpose of hitting everything: roads, sidewalks, and trails. They're different width. They're also you got to be careful on how you use these ones. So the one that we propose now is for the roads, and potentially we will look at 2028 for if we like what we see.
And this thing would
in a sense
basically be used for kind of special operations, called problematic areas.
Probably an area where we have
melting
ice
thaw,
and difficult to remove. Sometimes the ice gets as strong as concrete, and then you send a grader there and you cannot remove anything. It's so solid, so you need to break it.
So what would the cost be for the one for the sidewalk? And I only ask that because the people who are utilizing the one by the Heritage Precinct there, that ice was just unmanageable, and that's on city property. And it was thick ice, so what would the cost be to
I think you're looking in the $20,000 range.
30?
$20,000 range. And then if you look at also, there's more expensive one for the trails, I will say in the $60,000 range. I'm just going by memory. We did I did get some quotes, some costs on this one. But if this is something you'd like to see in 2027, we can maybe bring a budget recommendation for that. It's still possible. We still have until June 30th to submit our projects.
Okay, so this is 80,000, this one?
This one is 85,000.
85,000. Okay, so I'd like to put a motion on to put the one on for the sidewalk. I think we've talked about in our strategic plan, safety for our residents and how important it is, and the ones especially in the downtown core. When we did our walks last year, it was, everybody had on their little cleats and people were slip sliding, and there's a lot of seniors that live in some of these areas, and 20,000 in the grand scheme of thing in our budget is minor. I have to turn the chair over to you.
Thank you.
Whoops.
And again, I will confirm the pricing through the budget process.
Okay, so the
as
motion's
we're
on the
getting
floor.
quotes.
Okay.
Yep.
Councillor Rendella.
Thank you, sir. Richard, earlier I'd made that motion at an early meeting about, reevaluating kind of our snow removal in regards to not just roads, but trail sidewalks. Would this not also be covered under that?
Through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Rondeau, we are working on that reports right now, and there could be a recommendation on equipment. And then, but we knew there was a taste from council in the past for icebreakers, and we identified that also in 2025 for the 2026 budget, and we pushed it to 2027. So it will be mentioned, and the cost will be there, but there's nothing that stops you to bring this forward a little bit faster if you believe it's part of that. If you want to remove the ice on a sidewalk, I need the tool, and that will be an additional tool.
Sounds good. I'll support it. Supported it before, support it again.
Awesome. Councillor Nguyen, it's your turn.
Yeah, I just reflecting on my own snow operations. But why doesn't just salt work as effectively? I mean, that's what I do. This is a really specialized tool. I've never actually stood and watched one work ever because I think they're kind of rare. But like for I guess we're talking about maybe $140,000. It seems like an extra application of salt would do the same or be as effective as something like this. Just curious for a comment of what you know of the.
Through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Nguyen, there's different ways of dealing with ice. I mean, salt and sand can work when ice is not as thick, but when you deal with things that are about 4-6 inches thick, it takes times and it melts and it basically comes back. Whereas when we crack it, then we can remove it easier. Sure. You can push it away.
Okay.
On the motion that I see here, I will suggest not to put the amount. Again, I need to verify that amount. I went by memory here. I don't want to be stuck with less than what I need. I'm sorry. But it's the range that we're looking at.
Okay, Mr. Kaiser, so we'll just put that it be added and then we'll debate it
exactly
this fall
at budget
when
you see it.
Okay.
All right. Councillor Harris.
So is this a type of equipment made by Rayco? Have you looked at those? So basically, it's a rotating.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And it just basically comes down, so you can take it down so it doesn't go.
And you pressure it with the.
Yeah, so you don't want to obviously scarify your pavement. You just want to take the ice off.
Exactly.
Okay, so that's the type of stuff you're anticipating.
And you will see that in the report.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I just did a quick search on that because I quite frankly, I've never seen that technology before. So, okay, good.
And other communities are using it. We see that in Strathcona County, Leduc as well. We know they have those. So
would you consider it to be best practice?
Yeah.
All right. Councillor Catcher on close.
Okay, I'm just going to say, there's so many new tools coming out, and I think we have to start looking at them to make our operations more efficient. I looked at that spider grass mowing thing, and the first year they brought it forward to us, we all went, heck no. But when you see it out there operating and how it's safe for the employees to operate, safety is important for employees and for our citizens. So it's just another tool that would be in the toolbox, and this one isn't a huge price to get our sidewalks done. And I know all the seniors, if they walk from Countryside and all of there, would greatly appreciate that. So, and hopefully we can get it approved and actually bought before the snow flies this year.
All right. All right. So motion's closed. Please cast your vote.
Oh, God.
And that passes 5-1. Councillor Harris wants to buy one for his home use. Pass the chair.
All right. Okay, we'll keep going. Are you done?
No, there's a few more actually. And just for clarity, we're talking about sidewalks and not multi-use trails.
Sidewalks. This year.
Sidewalks. So
Yeah, they're the most important.
if we can make sure it reflects sidewalks. Not multi-use trail, it was sidewalks.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, the next one, Project 27016, Fleet Addition, Thermoplastic Road Marker Heater. This is a small tool, about $15,000. Thermoplastic material are currently used for pavement lines and for pavement and directional markings on city streets. So sometimes we use paint, and sometimes we use thermoplastic that we can melt on the asphalt. This project includes the acquisition of a thermoplastic road marking heater. The equipment is used when installing large markings such as 12 inches or 18 inches crosswalk lines or arrows in certain area. Right. It will improve efficiency by reducing crew downtime and enhancing adhesion, durability, reflectivity, and the overall line quality. So when we have thermoplastic and if we have a large piece that we have to put there, just imagine a big arrow that we put on. Now they're using a torch in order to basically make it adhere to the pavement, and then this tool will help us to be much more efficient than using a torch. A torch works well when you have a small line that you're doing, but when you're doing larger type of markings on the road, when you reach 12 to 18 inches lines or those arrows, it's a bit of a waste to use a torch. So it's a $15,000 tool that will help our staff to be more efficient.
Okay, not seeing any questions. You're good.
The other one is the columbarium, Public Works, and I will speak a little bit more to this. This project includes the installation of 2 additional columbaria located at the cemetery in 2027. Current inventory is expected to be fully utilized by around 2028. So we're going to start to lack space in our columbarium, so we need to basically, to provide the service, we need to add 2 more. And every time we need 2 columbaria, it gives us about 5 years of inventory that we can sell. That's how it goes. So this project for 2027, the cost will be $150,000, and we plan in 5 years to come back after that, and 2032 and buy another 5 because of the trend of sales, and at $175. So that's why you see the $330,000 there. And this is for 2 purchases, one in 2028 and one in 2032, that we know at the rate we're going. It's about we fill up 2 columbaria in 5 years.
Okay.
There we go.
Quick question, and it says it's being paid out of the cemetery reserve.
That's right.
Because we've recovered the fund. We'll recover the funds.
That's right.
Because you're doubling our money.
And we shall double the money.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Nguyen.
It's a good investment.
Never thought of the plural of columbarium, but thank you for that. I thought you mentioned that the new columbarium were already embedded in the cemetery expansion capital project, so that's not correct then. Maybe I misheard
not for
that.
this. No,
I thought you listed columbarium as part of that.
It's gonna integrate with that. Because when we're going to present in Q1 of 2027, we may recommend something different for columbaria, because we know that we're going to be purchasing 4 over the next 5 years, right? So, but overall, this is a product that we know will come at about $150,000 to $175,000 every 5 years. So, and we'll capture that into the plan. But right now, we don't want to wait for the plan. I think it's time. We need to order this so we don't run out for 2028.
And what's the vacancy in our current columbariums? And the reason I asked the question is because I remember in a conversation about 3 years ago where all the top rows were getting filled up, but there was quite a bit at the bottom. I'm sure that's changed since then, but do you know that number roughly?
I just don't have it with me here. We'll present that during budget as a very specific question, but we do have that. And then basically, and I don't want to speculate on the vacancy, but I know at the rate we're selling, in 2 years, you'll be out.
Okay.
So, is it 10 or 15 a year? I need to look at that, but we'll bring that to council during budget.
Okay.
When we have the budget recommendation written for you.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all the questions on that one.
The other one, projects 27025, shade structures at parks for about $30,000. This project includes the purchase and installation of shade structures in 2 or 3 selected parks to provide shade for parks users. Just that you know, we're still working, right? I don't have much details on this project. I'm still waiting to get more information until the deadline, which is June 30th. I have not yet approved this project to go forward and to recommend to our general manager until I see all the details of that. So so you may have questions on the details, but I don't have that right now. So basically, it's a little bit of a placeholder for something we're trying to do, which is having ways of providing shade in our parkland for people to sit under and all that stuff. So it's something different than what we see that is very strong structures that we see, especially in some of our parks. Something a little bit more looking like sails and things like that, that adds a little bit of character to this as well, and shade. So we still are working on this project at this time.
Okay, Councillor Harris.
In my bike ride on Saturday, no, it was Sunday, I take that. I was sitting in the viewing platform looking down onto Heritage Trails, and lo and behold, there are at least two, shade structures in Heritage Trails, which basically is a bit of a sloped roof with 4 posts. Is that kind of what you're talking
We're
about?
looking at something different than that, something that you can integrate easily in the park and cover, maybe got a bit more space. Again, think about sails, and I've seen that in different communities where you have posts that have basically fabric that are very strong, and then you can put this over. It's very colorful, and you can put this over picnic tables and things like that, or you can move things under. So there's a little bit more maintenance to that, of course. But again, I'm waiting to get more details of what we were planning to do for $30,000, and we're not there yet in terms of submitting this at this time until I see all the details on that.
Yeah.
But it was captured, so.
Yeah, you'd have to convince me on that one.
Yep.
I see that as a maintenance issue of concern. The ones that are down in Heritage Trails, I think those are fine. They're not getting used much because we don't have really.
And they're a bit more than $30,000 too, so.
Oh yeah.
Each, yeah.
Oh, for sure. Okay, well, thank you.
Okay, do you have any more? We got
Any
3
more?
minutes, so.
Yeah, well, more. There we go. Project 900 stormwater culvert life cycle replacement. So this project supports the planned remediation of storm culvert replacement, and this is very specific to culverts. We're not talking about remediation of a pond at this time. So we know we have 2 culverts that we're going to have to address one in 2030 and one in 2031. And basically, this investments will help maintain our stormwater drainage, protect the roadway structures, and reduce the risk of disruption and emergency repairs. So one culvert is located at Ross Creek, close to the cemetery, and the other one is on 99 Avenue. So and the total of the 2 is $620,000. So it's almost half and half in terms of costs.
Okay.
So
Any
this is
questions?
captured based on the discussion we had a few weeks ago on the culvert replacement.
Okay, not seeing any questions. Okay, I'm actually going to stop you there. And I said we are going to stop at 4:20, so we have 10 minutes for. I did. So very patient. So because we are on a very tight schedule, unless anybody has any notice of motions, I'll just ask about that really quick. Okay, and I am going to be a real mean chair and say there's not going to be any points of interest or councillor inquiries today. If you do, send an email to Mr. Fleming. With that, I'll take a motion to go in camera for the items under access to information. And go. Somebody, motion? Mayor Macon, do you want to make the motion to go on camera? Okay.
I'll make the motion that we move in camera for items listed under ATIA.
Okay, thank you. Motion is closed. Please cast your vote.
My screen is frozen. I'm in favor.
Okay, thank you. That's carried, and I'm going to be really mean. There's no break. Everybody go immediately to the in-camera. Mayor Macon, you can get transitioned over. Okay, thank you.